Let me stop for my fucking shit tangles. Let me stop. But yeah, no. I was getting dragged and reported for being a fat bitch on live, minding my business. For some reason, people were mad at me for being a fat bitch on live, minding my business. I'm not sure why. But I don't need to know why. I'm gonna keep on minding my business. No, they really were bugging out. Like, they literally shut down the last live. Like, no games. What up, TC? I hope you're doing okay. I'm crying. The most pressed. The live was jumping, bitch. Oh my god, what did we do? Nothing. What up, lady? Wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Didn't know that was coming, but it's okay. That's fine. I hope that we have a cute little excuse me. I hope we have a cute little time regardless. But my god, bitch. Like, I swear I just came here to laugh with y'all and just talk some shit and just, you know. But yeah, how are y'all? Are y'all doing cute today? Anybody eat anything good? Anybody go anywhere fun? I'm going to open mic tonight and I'm hella fucking excited. What up, Amber? I haven't been somewhere for probably like 2 weeks. I've been itching to go out the house. I'm just so fucking grateful I have something fun to do at 7. Hey, what's up? Like I said, I am literally just here in my wig and my little hat, just having a cute little time. The thing that's funny to me is, like, you would think that I was blowing smoke on their newborn baby the way they were coming for me. Like, you will really think. Ooh, jerk salmon. Ladybird, you are living. As I said, though, when you get strawberries, put them in the freezer for 10 minutes, bitch. It's something that I just started doing. They're so juicy, so sweet. I wouldn't put all of them in the freezer if you weren't about to eat all of them. I wouldn't do that. But a couple. Some children. I'm crying. It's just a strawberry from the grocery store, and I'm not telling nobody where I got it from because motherfuckers is trying to fucking get me caught out. You talk about stealing from the grocery store one time too many, and people be mad. Meanwhile, they could steal from the grocery store. They could steal their own stuff. No, not Walmart. Not to hate on Walmart, but fuck Walmart. I thought we weren't fucking with Walmart, right? No Walmart, no Target. How am I eating a fruit but fruit make me sick? You see how much they hate fat people? Like, they'll literally make up they'll say anything. They'll say anything. That is crazy. Hawaiian rolls are cute as hell. Why is that a diss? Why would that hurt me? Y'all are really hilarious. Like, just thank y'all. Y'all making my day. I'm getting every bite. Mind your business. Hey, Jesse, like I said, I'm not worried. No, the price of strawberries is getting too crazy. That's why I stole them. Also, I stole some sour cream today, bitch. I put it in my pocket. I didn't care. Bitch. They wanted $8 for the sour cream. I was like, it's going in my pocket. Like, God didn't give me Hellboy hands for nothing. If I have a pocket, that pocket can fit a hand that's this big. I can steal a lot of things in those pockets, and that's what I'm going to do. Baby, I don't fit on my screen. My half pint titty's gone. I'm not even all the way here, baby. Don't worry. Y'all be so worried about me. Why y'all so worried about me being a fat bitch? Y'all so worried. Damn. 30 pockets of skin. Oh, okay. I am fat. Not the police is coming. To where, bitch? To where? That is funny as hell. Man, the trolls really love me. They're so obsessed with me. It is so cute, though. I love it. Don't worry. I'm going to start selling merch. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to sell a shirt that says, bringing 2 backs always. Maybe not that. Maybe not that. But I have many backs. Yeah. Hawaiian roll looking ass. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna put that on me. Not sell some strawberries. I'm crying. Lowest of keys, bitch. So good. Where is this live stream going? To hell. Get in. Get in, sweetie. Get in. We going to hell. Don't worry. I promise y'all, don't worry. We're going to be okay. We're going to be all right. No, I don't live in Florida. Stop trying to find out people's location. It's okay. It's all right, sweetie. Let's just come. I know somebody gonna say, this bitch just drank up all the air. Like, okay. All right. Let's just think of a couple layers beyond the joke that we want to make, okay? Because some of y'all are comedians. I can see that. But you're not giving. It's not giving. Just try your best. Just try your best. Catalans, thank you so much. I feel really beautiful. Like, shout out to this hair hat. It's really giving. Yes. Second time out the pack. Second time out the pack. Second time out the pack. Bitch is still moving like, bitch is still moving. Ooh, bitch is still cascading down my back. Just wait. She cost $30, bitch. Like, I really expect for her to become one dreadlock very soon. And I'm so sad about it because she's so pretty. But she about to turn into one silky lock that's going to scratch and eat. Right. Look at my hang time. I'm juicy. Thank you. I feel cute as hell. Nah, I got Beyonce tickets. That is sad. Get out of here, peddler. Thieves. Thieves in the pulpit. Thieves. Thieves in the church. Get out. Get out. Don't make me... Where my man Chunkla at? You lucky I can't find the Chunkla. Because y'all need to get out the damn temple. Y'all bugging. Y'all bugging. Get Beyonce tickets out the temple. That is crazy. Wow. I seen people crying about them Beyonce tickets, bitch. That shit was having me fucking screaming. Some of these ticket prices. Woo. Lovely T did a video. Shout out to Lovely T. Yo, Lovely T new music. Listen, one thing about me, bitch, I love when a YouTuber pays someone to do a theme song. Because a Lovely T theme song that she just paid for, sweetie, that shit got me so like... Do it, girl. Do it, girl. She really ate that. Sure did. Why are y'all worried? I'm ignoring the chat that's crazy. Now, if the chat worries about me being a fat bitch, that's just fine. I am a fat bitch. What's next, though? Y'all worried about people's health. Are y'all going to offer me some sort of medical care? Or are y'all just bringing up my health because you're bored? Let's be real. Y'all don't care that I'm a fat bitch. Y'all don't care how many backs I have. Y'all are just bored. I get it. I be bored too, but I don't do this. It's other things to do when we're bored, friends. It's other things to do. So when you want to do some other things, you will. Until then, you're going to keep on being boring and be here trying to roast somebody who don't care. This pig is not cooked. Your roasts are not working. Get some more fire. Get some more flames. Throw some more flame. Like grill me. Grill me. Really sear this pork. Can you? You can't. You can't. A lot of y'all aren't strong enough. You're not strong enough. So just let it go. Let it go like Elsa. Let it go. Let it go like a nasty fart after the motherfucking hometown buffet, bitch. Like, just let it go. Because I'm day 2 in the wig. Okay, it's day 2 of the wig. If it was day 35 in the wig, I might care, but I can't. I'm buttery and silky, bitch. I'm not worried about you. My hair hat literally fucking about to fly away, bitch. Like, I'm not worried about you. Bitch, I got live fruit. Like, I got live fruit. Like, I got fresh fruit. It's alive. There's wig hair. Why are y'all worried? The bitch who said I could never fly. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? Hold on. Is that what you wanted? I'm bleeding. Is that what you wanted? Anyways, listen, like I told y'all before, I'm the child of a crackhead. Like, y'all really are never gonna be able to bother me too much. All right, I'm Isaiah. They lost me. There's no way. There's no way, sweetie. I'm gonna be okay. I'm not worried about y'all. Y'all shouldn't be worried about me. All right? Don't worry about it. I got live fruit. I'm having fun. And honestly, I love when people try to be mean to me because it's like, sweetie, would you be mean to an egg roll with eyes? Like, no. So that's fine. I already know that they're not in their right state of mind, bitch. I've done nothing to you. You'll be mean to an egg roll? Well, that lets me know who you are right then and there. You will fight with an egg roll? Do you hear yourself? You will fight with an egg roll. That's what you just like, sir. This is how we know, like, it's fine that you don't like me. You will fight with a fucking piece of food. Like, sir. This is what I'm saying. I'm not worried. Y'all can fight. Y'all can fight with my backs. Fight with the smaller back, not the bigger back. My backs. Right? No, but if I'm being real with you, like, I low-key do want to go swimming. Like, I really do feel like that's the one thing I would want to do in the winter as an exercise. Like, is go to a nice heated pool, bitch, because that would be fun. But until I find that shit, I'ma just do what I do. Like today, you know what I did? I put another person's motherfucking grocery cart back after I stole. I put back somebody else's grocery cart. That's how bold I am as a thief, bitch. I was like, bitch, and I'm coming back in. I swear, bitch. I swear, it's like one of those grocery stores where it's like a bunch of like, it's not Whole Foods, but it's not Save a Lot. It's like right in that middle. You know what I mean? Where things be on sale, be making sense every now and then, bitch, but you can't get everything there. Like, I went and get no motherfucking cream of mushroom soup over there. Mm-mm. No, but I would steal some big meat from there. You know what I mean? When you getting some big meat, I wish I stole 5 hams. I wish. I stole a poke bowl, though. That felt accomplished. I feel like you can't always get a poke bowl out. Why am I confessing theft? Bitch, I'm just talking about the truth of the times. I want people to know it's okay to steal these days, bitch. Look at the prices of everything. Sweetie, I put sour cream in my pocket. It was $8. I was not going to pay that. I wasn't. I just want people to know, like, keep it a buck with yourself. You got big pockets, sweetie. Come on. Especially if you got somebody with you. Don't steal alone, honestly. Steal with somebody else. Have them body block you, bitch. That's how I got this. That's how I got the sour cream, to be honest. I had my man standing to my left. I was like, and I meant my right, bitch. But you know what? I'm high and I'm on camera, bitch. And I was looking at myself, so I wasn't paying attention. You want to steal a bank? All right. See, I feel like that's the kind of theft you can't really talk about. That's why I got real quiet, because I'm like, You can talk about stealing from the grocery store. As soon as you say a bank, sweetie, that's what FBI is like, and we're listening. And what's that about a bank? Why is it bad that people? Well, I shouldn't even ask people that because I feel like that's the thing. Some of y'all are still working and thinking that like it makes sense, like what you're paid and what things cost. Like some of y'all still think it makes sense. Not many, but some of y'all. And then some of y'all still feel morally superior to other people because you don't steal. And here's my thing. I feel like stealing from a person, like stealing from someone on the block, that's grimy. Stealing from a grocery store, at this point, sweetie, if you ain't got your own farm or garden connect, I can understand why you stealing shit like that. But that's okay. Hey, Courtney. Now you should lose your hands. Are y'all okay? Yo, the shoplifting Tumblr. Also, hi. What up, baby? But yeah, no, I forgot about that, but I think they got caught out. I think Tumblr like low-key put them out there, which really sucks. I know some people really hate stealing from grocery stores. I don't care. I'm gonna keep myself from the grocery store. No, I don't have any kids, but I do have a food baby, a brewing. That's all I got. I got a couple snacks. You don't have to stop smoking. You can smoke whatever you want. We're all dying, Janessa, but I'm keeping it fabulous. I'm keeping it interesting. Throwing a little bit of random timeline in there, right? If we all gotta die, bitch. Shit. Cause that's the thing too. People be really loving to plot on other people, and it's so strange. Because it's some people right now lose their parents as soon as they're born. Parent was perfectly healthy. And then it's bitches like me. I ain't never having no kids. Cause I've seen enough. And I'm not really looking forward to too much. I feel like it'd be cool to be 40 years old, but meh. I'm not trying to live longer, is what I'm trying to say. It's not about dying faster. I don't need to live that long. I'm good. I'm good, you guys. Listen, I want y'all to Google real quick. Look up Roach milk. Look up Roach milk for me real quick. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good to go very soon. I'm very okay to go. They're about to have y'all drinking off of Roach's titty. I'm okay. Y'all Google Roach milk. That's all I'm going to say. I'm cool to dip. I'm already lactose intolerant. I don't need to be drinking off of Roach's titty. I'm not going to be drinking no Roach titty milk. I'm not doing it. So no thank you. No thanks. Y'all want to live forever? Go ahead. Y'all gonna be drinking Roach milk. I'm Gucci. Smoke if you want to smoke. If you don't smoke yet, don't smoke. That's what I'll say. If you already don't smoke, don't smoke. If you do smoke, cool. No, it's not in my dream. Google it. Google Roach milk. I swear to you, there are scientists studying it. Government scientists studying nutritious milk from fucking roaches. So if y'all think for 1 minute I'm trying to stay on this hell rock any longer, no thank you. Because you're going to be the one. You're going to be the one. You're going to be down to the motherfucking coffee shop like, yes, let me get a motherfucking a Roach latte. No thanks. I'm straight. I'm good. KG, do I have to be a scientist to tell you about what scientists are doing? Are you listening to what I'm saying? I don't need to be a scientist. I'm reading what scientists are telling us. They're telling us Roach milk. They said what comes out of a roach titty is tasty. That's what they said. I asked you to read, and you're going to ask me if I'm a scientist? How does that go together? I be really motherfucking not sure. Like that ass. Like I be really unsure, but it don't even matter. All I'm gonna say is they out here milking motherfucking roach titties, bitch. That's the main fucking point. So since we're in a world where we can't, anti-blackness not gonna stop, but we're milking roach titties. No, thank you. Capitalism gonna keep on going. Okay, okay. More capitalism and roach milk. Nope. I'm living. I'm crying. Nima, thank God you out here making your own milk. Cause baby, imagine drinking roach milk. And here's the gag about it, bitch. I don't believe for 1 minute that we're not already drinking roach milk. Like I have a bad feeling that it's a lot of people drinking roach milk. I have a bad feeling that the cheapest milk you could buy is the roach milk. I have a bad feeling about that. They talk about it's more nutritious than cow milk. Why does that matter? Like, what are you expecting? For people to start getting into roach and supplies, like roach and etc. Like, it's just like, where does it stop? You know what I mean? Because clearly they knew there was milk inside of a cow, and then they start making steaks. I'm not eating roach crackers. I'm not eating roach fritters. I'm not eating roach nothing. So once they put the milk of a roach in something, what's gonna stop them? What's gonna stop them, bitch? Like, I'm honestly getting sick. Like, damn. Sam, I hope you learn how to make those things. Beauty. Not what am I saying? I'm saying that one day we may see a roach souffle. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying one day we might see a roach tartare. I'm saying one day we might see a roach fillet, bitch. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad I could clarify for beauty. Listen, people want to say I'm lying. You could Google it. They're testing roaches for tastiness, and I'm terrified. Exactly. Exactly. Meryl Streep, thank you, bitch. Here's my thing. For everybody that's worried about roaches and roach milk, I'm with you. I'm with you. Just know that. Oh, Kimberly, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope y'all still be writing. That could be a nice thing when your friend moves. Like my friend moved to Chicago, and I'm trying to send them something really cute that I make a art piece just so that they, I just feel like they don't live around the corner. I can't just visit them whenever I want, but I can still send my love. I'm crying. Damn. I'm sorry that you guys can't talk no more. Well, I hope you journal about it. Maybe you could write her a letter in your journal. That way you can have it. No, I've never had a roach before. I'm anti-roach. Like if I see a roach, I actually go dumb. Like I feel like I don't consider myself an enraged person. But when I see a roach, just something comes over me. Like I get so angry and I have to stomp. I have to destroy. I can't let a roach be. Like if I see like even if I see a different bug that seems roach adjacent, I'll still look at it real crazy like breach, emergency, danger, and I'll just have to attack. I am smoking weed. I smoke because I want to smoke. If you don't want to smoke, don't do it. That's my advice. If you don't like smoking, don't do it. Insects are already ground up in flour. 83 and Pat, thank you for telling us the tea. I want to cry. Bitch, did you see? Oh my God, there was a report that came out about Texas Roadhouse and how nasty it is. And somebody was like, but y'all love them motherfucking butter rolls. And I'm like, bitch, don't do us. Them butter rolls are good. Who the fuck knew it was roaches in the soda? What the fuck? That's crazy as hell. But yeah, apparently Texas Roadhouse nasty as hell. Just PS on that. Bitch. Yeah, I'm sure Taco Bell is nasty as fuck. And bitch, the thing is, like, when do those people have time to clean? Like, for real. It's like the food is just constantly being slammed. I did read something like that too, Rachel. Dead baby mice. Oh, God. Ricardo, between me and you, I feel like the food shortages that are coming based on not just the inflation, but also, like, let's put it like this. When you go to a grocery store in your area where you live, you're telling the grocery store like that you're a part of the community. Like, a lot of data goes into like where grocery stores get put. And so if a grocery store starts to not get as many people coming as frequently, their food is rotting for a long time. Like, I found out recently that a lot of our food is frozen at the grocery store, that they freeze it and that it's like slightly thawed during the day. Like, so a lot of us are not necessarily getting the freshest stuff we can get. A lot of fruits and veggies are being frozen and thawed out for us to buy. And so with that being said, like, the less we have people to, farm, which DEI was a part of that. Like, apparently, when people were getting WIC and food stamps, I didn't know this until this year, but apparently, like, when you get food stamps, a lot of the stuff you can get on food stamps are things that the dairy farmers produce, like butter, milk, eggs. And so because of that, those things, food stamp benefits getting cut, those are actually subsidiaries, like, being given to farmers. And so if you were getting food stamps and now you're not, the farmer that was supplying you and everybody else is no longer getting money from the government. And that's another layer to this. It's like the government was actually propping up, a lot of food for people who obviously did not have the income or maybe even the skill level to get certain wages to survive. And so there are a lot of people who have been surviving through food stamps. And the thing about it is people love to make food stamps a racial thing. And while, yes, there are more Black and brown people on food stamps, there's more Black and brown people, period. Like, in America, there's a propagandized idea that white people are the majority, but they're not. They're seen as a majority, but white people globally are 7% of the population. Do you hear me? Like, Anglo-Saxon white people, 7% of the fucking population. So with that being said, they're propagandizing whiteness as like being upper class and having money, but they don't all have money. Duh. We as people of color know that. However, because whiteness is propagandized as having money, the poorest people who are white are not really being seen, are not really being uplifted, which is why I truly believe Eminem became famous. Walk with me here. This is a tangent that means nothing. But I truly believe that a white person talking about being poor, being abused by their mother, like, these are things that are not typically talked about in the white community. White people usually don't talk about white abuse until they're away from it and are in a better place. It's very rare that a white person is in the middle of some bullshit and they're talking about it in the middle of it. And I truly believe, like, the upbringing that Eminem had, Marshall Mathers had, the parenting style, like, just being in an area that's predominantly Black, being in an area that is disenfranchised because of white supremacy. And again, him never linking white supremacy to his plight is another reason why he became extremely famous, because he was able to co-opt the struggle that was largely missing a white face. And because whiteness is propaganda, we're always supposed to see white people and think money, power, status. And so him taking on poverty, abuse, those things really did symbolize something for a lot of white people. And so I truly believe that while I know that there are Black folks who respect him, I do believe there are so many more white people who are poor and disenfranchised, who are going through a lot and are not ascending or rising fast enough into like their real true place in society. And you can do a lot with that. Like, white people's disenfranchisement, like white people being called white disenfranchise them in a way that they are still not coming to. Like, I'm trying to hold this for myself that like being called lighter skinned, being a mixed person, like all the things ascribed to me in my position in the world, like they weren't things that were gonna have me ever wondering why I was being treated like favorably. That's the thing about privilege. It doesn't make you question it. In fact, it makes you question other people's appraisal of what's happening. And so there are a lot of us light-skinned people who will make it seem as if our experiences with anti-blackness are on par with deep dark-skinned people, when a lot of their experiences with anti-blackness are stemming from colorism. And when we're experiencing anti-blackness, a lot of times it's a projection onto us, not something that we always are in every room. And so it's one of those things where, like, when white people go into certain rooms, they have not even certain rooms, white people have to hold that in most rooms, people are going to assume positive things about them. And so when they have a problem with somebody or they're upset about something, people are going to take that very seriously. And so, again, I'm saying all this to say that, like, whiteness has a way of making itself seem a way, and all the white people who are broke, who are not quote unquote smart, who are not enrolled in certain schools, who don't have a quote unquote white life, because even that idea is propaganda, and that is also a way of harming someone. Like the idea that anybody black is supposed to be a certain way, the ways that some folk will really say that they thought somebody black was going to be mean before they've ever spoken to that person. The ways I've heard many times, people thinking somebody black was going to be rude or mean or not nice. And there was no reason for them saying that other than propaganda of black people perhaps being outspoken, direct, like those things are not really being held. And so with that being said, it's the way that people will look at you and already think they know how you're going to be. And instead of holding when you're not performing in a way that they thought you should, instead of them saying, wow, I was being narrow minded, they'll really try to create a new category for you. Like you're different, you're special. And really, that is a privileged position that they're trying to put you in. They're trying to get you to rise to a certain occasion. And again, I'm having to sit with a lot of this information in retrospect. I have to sit with a lot of situations because, again, I was raised in a household where nobody told me about anti-blackness. I had to find out. And I think about how there are people who are not black in the sense that they weren't socialized in America, but when they come to America, they're being socialized into blackness. And there's only one way to do that, through dehumanization and death and harm. And so with that being said, it's the ways that, like, there are so many black folk who are not from America who come here and have to exist in a way to survive, because again, being black and being exceptional, or simply being more than what someone thought you were, can be dangerous. And again, it's the way that I told some white people, it can be really dangerous to be kind to white people. And they ate me the fuck up. They actually caused a lot of harm to me just by me being kind and being candid. That kindness towards them can actually cause them to do something to you that's very awful and horrible. And again, all I did was be candid with them, and they really dragged me. And again, it's the way that I felt, maybe not safe to say it, but I was an admin of the group. So I felt like I had some power, right, to say something that felt true to me. But it's the way they got me permanently banned from the whole fucking app off that one statement. And again, it's the way that white people will think you're being racist off of experiencing whiteness in a particular way. And how, because I have a white passing parent and I have a white grandmother, me talking about stuff like this will really, unfortunately, I have to hold that some of them will really hear my story and think it matters more than what black folks have been saying. And it's, again, partly, I think, colorism, but also the fact that I have white family members. People will be like, because why would I want to talk shit about my white family? You know what I mean? What would possess me to do these things or say these things? But I think that's part of it too, is that when nobody tells you about white supremacy and you have to find out that that's what's happening, you learn that there was a reason why no one taught you about it. You learn that there was a reason why it was important for you to not know. And it's because people were anti black. And again, the ways that, like, when you're mixed, when you have white passing family members, when you have mixed family members, when you have non black family members, um, you have to hold that like there are ops in your family. Like there are people in your family who hate themselves, that hate ways that people think they're going to behave. And so they're going to preemptively hurt you or try to make you feel like shit. Um Again, it's the way that people will assume that we're not all socialized to be anti-black. Like that's another layer to this convo, is that I don't want to in any way make it seem like it's so easy to understand or hold how colonized we all are. I would never be on that type of time because, again, I think about times where I was like going really hard, thinking like, that's the whole point of my life, is to be outspoken about anti blackness, not holding that, me holding my internalized anti blackness, my internalized white supremacy. That's important as fuck. But I wasn't ever going to get to that point because I kept thinking, it's time for me to talk. It's time for me to talk. And there's so many places for me to share my voice. But there were so many moments where I actually should have been listening, and I'm so grateful that I'm finding myself to be more teachable. I'm so grateful that I'm realizing like I don't know everything, and that's such a blessing. And again, it's hard to be humble or find humility when people around you aren't showing that to you. I was thinking about that today. I was watching the Pop the Balloon game. I know some people don't like that shit. The Pop the Balloon shit has me dead at this point. But this woman asked this man, who are some important men in your life? And it had me really thinking about how I don't have a lot of important men in my life. There's not a lot of men that I trust in my life. There's not a lot of men that I even fuck with in my life. And I think about how, your elders are so important. But again, if you have elders that are anti-black and they don't talk to themselves, they're not gentle with themselves, they're not loving themselves, like there's so many layers to it. And I just think about how some of us, like we really had to do all that work because our ancestors wouldn't. And now, again, I'm so jealous of people that have a grandma. I'm so jealous of people that have a granny, that have an auntie that's cool, that have a big cousin. I'm sad. I mean, here's my thing. How do you know? How do you know if you're wasting your time? Like that's another layer to this. It's like, how do you know where you're supposed to be? Of like a very obvious war, in the middle of like an obvious genocide unfolding for centuries. Again, it's the way that there's so much to talk about. And my elders were so quiet. And I think about how I don't believe at this point that anybody black should be sacrificing or fighting for this. But at the same time, I think about how so many non-black people will just watch everything burn down. And I'm trying to hold like where I should stand, what I should be doing. Because again, I don't think I should be constantly talking about things that are not necessarily going to shift the conversation, if that makes sense. Like I've seen a lot of people talking about colorism and the one drop rule. I've seen a lot of people denying anti-blackness because it didn't happen to them, or something happened to them, and they're like I've seen a lot of people offering that their one-time experience is the same as a systemic oppression. And just the ways that folks are making it about being heard when there are folks who are dying. Mm. Ash, that part. And that part too, though, it's like some of the questions I have, I don't think my elders would even answer me in good faith. I think that's another layer to this too. It's like after all that I've learned and had to unlearn because of them, I don't ever want them to fuck with me again. Like I don't say that lightly. I don't say that. I'm trying to remember colorist language. Okay, lightly is not a real word, but I'm trying to remember that I didn't just come to this decision out of nowhere. You know, like when you're abused, it takes you a time to realize, you know, honestly, neither local chicken spot always. Um, Yeah, no, family isn't always family, but also when you're raised by non-black people, like you're not going to be taught the truth. Like that's just that on that. And so I'm saying this as somebody who has been listening to black folk because I know that black folk are invested in the truth, are invested in telling the fucking truth, are invested in telling the whole story. And the ways that like the world I'm coming from prioritize white voices. Ooh, can we talk about Tyler for a second? Ash, that's fucking sick. I'm so sorry that your grandma said that shit. She's sick for that. Listen, they keep on having Tyla do the most, and like now she's at the point where she's trying to manipulate and gaslight, talking about I'm colored, but of course I'm black. And it's like you're not black. It's okay, Tyla. Try to still sell though. Try to still make your money, babe. Listen, old people could get cut off too. And honestly, the fact that they're old, they should realize time is precious. So why are you playing with people? Why are you talking crazy? That's my thought process. Like, you're not wrong, 83. You're not wrong. And that's the thing too. It's the way that like I had no idea, like in retrospect, that like naming myself as a black person was a benefit. I had no idea genuinely. But at this point, I can't unsee that reality that when you're mixed and you say you're black, people really do go up for you. And I've seen people be candid with me about people saying that they're black and that's all it took. And I was like, wow, like you don't care that this person is mixed. Like as long as they have pride in their black heritage, that's enough. I'm not saying people should really care. What I'm trying to offer though is that when people do care, people try to make that person seem like a demon or a devil or a mean person, as if like somebody not wanting us in their space is going to do something to us. And again, I'm not saying that to be shitty. I'm saying that to be candid, that like someone not wanting me somewhere is not hurting me. It's them holding a boundary. So why would I be performing like they did something to me when they're naming that they did something or that they want something to be done because they want to set a boundary about their community? Again, I'm not saying that I unlearned in one day, but hearing black women talk about the erasure of black women, hearing black people talk about the erasure of black people being really focused around femininity, that was enough. I didn't need to like really do any more than listen to what black women were saying about how many times us mixed people, Amanda Listenberg and others, were in their spaces because we had a black father. That was it. I'm not saying it doesn't suck. What I'm going to offer though is that like I would never try to make it seem like no one should care about colorism. That's not what I'm offering. What I'm offering is that there are many of us mixed people who absolutely don't give a fuck about our hand in it, because systems of pain and power, they take help. Like people accepting certain things, like people going to see this like Children of Blood and Bone movie. So many black women have said that the casting choices were very anti-black and colorist and xenophobic. That's enough, right? But there's so many people that still want to support, even though there are black women saying like there's erasure happening here. And so again, it's going to take us, people who are participating in the erasure of black women, not doing that. And that means us mixed people saying we're mixed. like, again, because I'm multi-generationally mixed, I don't want to say I'm majority black. What I want to offer though is that like phenotypically people see me as black more than anything else. Even though in my racial mixture, there's no one that's 100% black in my line. If they were, I would not be mixed in the way that I am. And so, with that being said, like me understanding myself as a mixed person did take time. And I'm not trying to say that like I haven't caused harm. And that's my main interest of and focus is repairing the harm. And that's why I continue to be super candid about colorism as much as I possibly can. Because again, I have erased black women. I have said I was black when I have not been a black person ever. I never was black. Did I know I wasn't black? No. Was I told I was black? Yes. Did people push back? Do people still push back on me today? Yes. Again, it's the ways that like it's a group project. It's not one person on their own deciding or choosing these things, but we can listen to other folk, black women specifically, black queer people who are not lighter skinned. Like when we listen to deep dark skinned people, we have more information, we have more intelligence to pull from. And Ash, that's the thing about it is like somebody made a video today, and I had to push back on them because they were talking about like people who are black are judged because of their skin color. And this woman was trying to say that we shouldn't even be saying that anymore, that like blackness is contingent on skin color. Excuse me, or bad treatment. And that's the thing that's awkward. Because on one hand, the person was black, but they were very much like a lighter skinned black woman. And with that being said, her making the case that like people shouldn't focus on skin tone when we're talking about abuse and harm, it's like that's what anti-blackness is. It's the abuse and harm of deep dark skinned people. That's why when you look historically at who was black, they're not showing you a range of skin tones. They're showing you deep dark skinned people that are damn near obsidian skinned. And so with that being said, it's the ways that like people will be dishonest about like anti-blackness and colorism, which is anti-blackness, and which is in my humblest opinion the most potent effect of anti-blackness. Like that is the part about being black. Like notice all these mixed people, we not getting put in jail, we not getting beat up by nobody, we're very much okay. Like it's the way that there ain't no show like That's So Raven for a black woman. It's the way that like people will see lighter skinned people and will say like that's enough, that's great, that's enough. And I'm not saying just white people because it's not. We all love Meryl Streep. I agree with you because again, once we start trying to take color out of the convo, and again, like it's the ways that people will hear colorism and they'll see someone like I've had people tell me I'm not light skinned, and I literally had to like pause so hard because I'm like, what are we saying? And it's the way that white passings are being seen as light skinned now, and it's really creepy. And this is someone that has like grown up with a white passing mother who would like steady check me about telling people she was white. And so it's the way people have told me I'm brown skinned. It's the way people are telling me that I'm dark brown. And I'm like, dark, my palms are pink, bitch. My fucking palms are pink. And these hoes are saying that I am dark brown. Again, it's the way that colorism is becoming more and more distorted. And there are people who think that I'm a darker person, which scares the shit out of me. I'm yellow as fuck. Like, babe, let me read you my makeup foundation. Warm honey. Honey that has been warmed. Sweetie. 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 Like I'm like, let me read these shades to you. They're not brown. They're yellow as hell. Honey is yellow as fuck. Like, what is warm honey? Yellow. Literally honey, but I'm brown. Again, I'm not trying to play with people. I'm not trying to play with people. What I'm trying to offer is that like I am a lighter skinned person. That's that on that. See, and that's the thing. When darker skinned people talk shit about light skinned people, it cannot feel the best, but I want to hold that that's not systemic oppression. Like, that's one thing that I want us to walk away from, you know? Right, and that's what I'm saying, Marie. Thank you for popping in and saying something. No, saying most black people have the same palm color as me is not true. When I see black folks' palms, they're usually like a yellower. Like their palms are usually my fucking face color. So like, let's be fucking real. Most black people are deep dark skin. Let's not play games. Like again, with that being said, mixed as many looks. I have a brother who's darker than me, and again, he's still mixed. Like he's still not a black person, but people don't think that he's mixed because of color. First of all, I don't want to say colorism is why people don't think darker skinned people can't be mixed, but I do believe that that's an aspect of it, right? People think darker skinned people are all black, even though they're not. And even though like you can be darker skinned and be from all different types of places, but the socialization of blackness is an American creation that is prevailing. Here's my thing, Fine Brown. I'm not trying to play you. All I'm trying to offer is I am very clearly an Eggo waffle colored bitch. It's over. Like we're in the dark at the moment. If I put my screen on, I'm only getting lighter, sweetie. I literally have a yellow screen on. I have a blackout screen on in the back as well. Let me see. Like let me type in white screen. I don't know if that's even gonna matter. Like if you think I'm a darker skinned person, that's that's your feelings. But I'm very clearly not a darker skinned person. I think it's very obvious, but again, I'm not here to do this. I'm not here to make it seem like I'm not really trying to talk about my skin tone too much. I'm just trying to offer that like the colorism conversation it has been co-opted. There are people who think that us lighter skinned people are brown skin and white passings are light skins. I'm noticing this. Sweetie, if I had a brown crayon indeed, like that's the thing about it. Like I have brown fucking eyebrow pencil, and if I put that shit on my hand like I did the other day, it's gonna be the actual brown. Like it's fascinating like what tone I am to certain people. Like someone said I look like a Hawaiian roll earlier, and it's like those things are fucking orange damn near. But again, it's the ways that like are they even like orange? Like they're like a yellowish orange. Like I don't eat a lot of Hawaiian rolls, no shade to Hawaiian rolls, but it's like they're like orange. And I consider myself like an orange yellow bitch. Absolutely. Absolutely do. But again, with that being said, like I don't think for 1 minute that like I'm a brown skin person. I don't think that I'm a darker skin person. I don't call myself brown skin. I don't even call myself brown like that. Like I call like if anybody were to ask me my skin tone, I would say Eggo waffle. I would say fucking warm honey, bitch. I would say I would say a makeup shade, honestly. Like shit literally says warm honey on it. Like that's not brown. You know what? And that's another layer to this. It's like people that tell me that I'm darker than I am. It makes me really wonder like how they treat deep dark skinned people, because it's like you're gaslighting me about being darker skinned. Like, is that? And see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to offer though. If you're not a deep dark skinned person, if you are not a deep dark skinned person, then you have privilege. And that is the main point of me bringing any of this up, is that people have changed the combo. And now people like me may be saying stuff about colorism that is including ourselves as being harmed when we can be the harm doer. And so with that being said, when people talk shit about light-skinned people, 9 times out of 10, I agree. 9 times out of 10, I agree. It's very rare that I feel like the 1 time out of 10 that I don't be agreeing is when people try to make it seem like a light-skinned man is a gay man or soft or effeminate. That's the 1 time where I just sit here kind of like, because that's the argument that really allows for deep, dark-skinned women to be seen as manly. It's a very bizarre conversation that happens when people look at deep, dark skin on men and see masculinity and then take it away from light-skinned men, but then also take away femininity from dark-skinned women. And deep, dark-skinned women think that they have to do something to find femininity when it never left you. Motherfuckers lied on you. motherfuckers actually are propping up black male masculinity in order to benefit. They're not they're absolutely not considering the fallout. They're absolutely doing something that, in my honest opinion, appears to be like white supremacy, uh, being seemingly reversed in a way that's very sloppy. Like, some people think that like worshiping black men is what's going to change the world. What's going to make the world a better place is if black men were the men that were shitting on us, and it's awkward because I don't agree. Exactly. And again, that's the only time I look at people sideways when they use light skin as like a pejorative is when people are talking about light skinned men and they're absolutely implying homophobia. They're implying all of this weird stuff. And it's awkward because I've seen real life moments where like light skinned men did something that, in my humblest opinion, was indicative of them having agency to say whatever they want to say because they're not being seen as men that have to maintain their masculinity at all costs. And so even when people are trying to make jokes about light-skinned men being soft, it's like, what are we really saying about these light-skinned men? Are we saying that they have the agency and the support to be vulnerable, that they have the agency and support to be soft, that they have the agency and support to be held in certain facets? Do they have to always be hard or appear rough and tumble? Do they get the ability to appear gentle? I'm fucking crying. Again, it's the ways that like people will try to make it seem like us lighter skinned people are doing something different or we have something. And I want to just like shout out Julesy. I want to say, I'm gonna Google because bitch, I don't want to fuck up the shout out because it was a good. The video really fed me, honestly. And as a fat bitch, I'd like to give my condolences, or not condolences, bitch. I want to give my love to the chef. Julesy, Jouelzy. She did a video about Amanda Seals that really gave me so much. She was talking about us lighter skinned people and like our boldness and our ability to do certain things coming from the fact that people don't see us as a threat. And so people will allow us to do more, allow us to get away with things, and we'll think that that's just us doing it when we're being allowed. We're not getting the same consequences as deep dark skinned people. What up, Zachary? Hope you enjoy. I'm crying at you saying you're light skinned but not vulnerable. I'm crying. Live your life. But yeah, no, Julesy making that video really did hit me because again, um, there are moments where I definitely have thought like, oh, like I'm so radical. Like I believe so many things. Like, why am I like this? And there's layers. There's layers. I'm a Sagittarius dominant chart person, so I was always going to be a little eccentric. I was always going to be a storyteller. I was always going to, be super honest in ways, and be candid in a way that was always going to be like, what the fuck? But with that being said, I think about how, again, being a lighter skinned person means that like people weren't challenging me that much on my behavior. And also, I know a lot of black folk, a lot of black women who are like close with their family, that have family that loves them and cares for them. A lot of family members of black women are not going to have them out here. And again, when I say have them out here, I mean that it's the ways that like when a lot of times from what I've observed, not saying that I be knowing everything, but there are a lot of black folks who are raised in community and therefore they have to answer to community. And so anything that they do is being scrutinized, whether online or off. And so not having a black family, not having family members who could really surveil me, not having access to generational concern and surveillance, like there's layers to why, I also was like not, in certain situations. I also want to be candid that there's some folks out there that are being indoctrinated by the church. And so when I left the church, and decided that, I was going to learn independently, that was another thing that a lot of black folks don't get the, like, fuck gender, a lot of black folks don't get the ability to be atheist or be agnostic or to just believe in what they want to believe in or be philosophers or try new religions. Like, it's very much seen as like you focusing on the devil, which sucks because, again, it's the way that Christianity is seen as like the only way. And it makes me wonder, what happens when someone just doesn't accept that, and the ways that like the family will turn against you, and the ways that I'm like, is that what God wants? For you to turn against somebody for questioning? Like, if I'm trying to get someone to understand something or hold something that I'm sharing with them, I don't really feel like turning my back on them gonna make them really fuck with me. But it's the way that I've seen a lot of black folks like stay with the church because they knew, like, if I leave the church, I'm going to be seen as demonic. It's the way that, again, when I came online, I didn't realize that saying that I was a black person meant that there were going to be people who were going to, how do I say this? Because I'm trying to be gentle. But there's ways that, like, when you're raised in a community, and when I say community, I mean a world that sees black people as already doing the wrong thing. People already see, like, white supremacy already makes it seem like black people can't get right. And so me assuming, based on what my mom is telling me, based on what other people are telling me, that I'm a black person, the ways that some people tried to like police me. And I was like really surprised at first. Like, I was like, where is this coming from? Because I just didn't understand. But it's the ways that I'm seeing now that there's a way that like white supremacy has allowed for some black folks to believe that that is the only way to be judging and browbeating and, be, invoking God. Like, there's ways that people move to tell black folk like you're being wrong. And it can be really hard to, again, just be respectful in conflict. And I think about that as well, that like once you tell someone that they're of the devil, they got a gay demon on them. Like, I just think about the ways that like Christianity really does give the tools to fight somebody in a way that's unwinnable. Like, there's no way for me to win that fight. Like, if you think I got a demon on me. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Religion, right? Religion. And I'll never forget this. In high school, one of my teachers wrote, "Religion is the opiate of the masses." And we were too young to understand the word opiate at the time. I don't think any of us had any idea what that was. And she wasn't really explaining it. She just wanted us to answer based on what she wrote. And I want to say none of us at the time understood. And I want to say the conversation wasn't as lively as it could have been. And even in that moment, I don't think I was questioning Christianity just yet because, and again, I want to be candid. I was raised in the church. Like, I had to go to church every Sunday. Even on holidays, like I was like a deaconess's granddaughter or a deacon's granddaughter. So I was at the church like before it opened type shit. I'd be going to events at the church on the weekends and shit. Bonfire at the church, we'd be there. And my grandfather's a mixed man. His father's biracial, his mother's black, but he chose a white church in the north when he moved up to the north from Virginia with his family. And he left his first wife, who was a mixed woman like him, for a white woman to live in the north. And from just what I've noticed in retrospect, the brand of Christianity there was very much just... it just felt very California. It just felt very, here's a little bit of some word and let's go. And again, I've been in some black churches and the word just felt more profound. But at the same time, I think about the ways that at the white church, it's mostly white people there. And they're not necessarily going there for a black preacher, black choir experience. And I just think about the ways that we worship or we choose to. And again, it's the way that my grandfather moved from the South to a white world. And that's where he felt more comfortable, even though, he did not seemingly live in a white world. But in retrospect, who really knows? Maybe he was really upset being treated a certain way. Like, I have to hold that too, that some black men or mixed men who look a certain way get treated a certain way in black spaces, and they really think it's because of blackness. And it's frustrating because I can see it in their behavior that some of these older black men think like that's what it was being around other black people. And it's like, no. But again, it's the way that when you are around other black people, you do have to confront that internalized white supremacy, which is what I don't think he ever wanted to do, which is why I think he chose a white woman and created all these white passing kids. But you can create white passing kids that have a brown father. And it's the way that I don't think that all of them were comfortable with that. Like, I think about how all my family members dealt with white people. My mom was the only one that didn't deal with white people as a romantic partner. All of my family members from my grandfather's line, my mom's side, all had white partners, and they were all either white passing or extremely light skinned or mixed people. And it was just like, okay. And then I'm looking at my dad's side, and my dad's a hoe. My dad's sisters are married, have kids, having a good life seemingly, but my dad is a little brother. He's a little brother Gemini hoe, and he don't give a fuck about what he's doing out here. Now he's doing the whole replacement family shit where he is performing like he's got a new family and he's a new guy, and he's not. I know he's not, because he sent me a Facebook request to promote his business. I haven't spoken to this man in years. Why would you reach out to the first child you had in America that you don't check on at all to promote your business? This man didn't even pay child support. He still owes child support. I know he does. So, and again, my family's messy, so I shouldn't even know shit like that, but I know shit like that. So with that being said, like, girl, you have a whole new family. Ask your new babies to promote your business. Hello? So I say all that to say, my dad at this point, I feel like he has brown children he can control. When we were living with our mom, my dad couldn't control us because we would tell her what he was doing. He's not a fit parent. He wasn't at the time. He may have changed. Who knows? I don't care. But I'm saying this to say that, like, when you are socializing the church, because I'm going back to that conversation, when you're socializing to the church, you are socialized to be scared. Like, it's the way that I used to, like, literally think that God was literally watching every move I made, and I would just be like, would you be mad if I punched my brother in the head? Because he did slap the shit out of me last night. Like, I'll be really trying to figure out if God was going to send me to hell for this one. Is this the one, God? Really? I got a good backstory for it. So it's just the ways that, like, I can't imagine someone with actual, like, let me not do that. I can't imagine someone with different mental health issues than me thinking like that, because I was able to understand at some point why I was doing that, and I'm so grateful. But somebody else might really think like them voices is God, them thoughts is God. Like, it's really unfortunate, but like some people really think they hear God, and really their psyche done been split. And I think that we don't talk about that enough. Like, it's some people right now that see everything through the prism of God or the devil. Something bad happened, it was the devil. Somebody put a root on me. Most people not putting roots on nobody. But again, it's the way that people will really think a ugly eye is enough to do some damage in somebody's life. And it's really fucking not. 9 times out of 10, shit be happening because we live in a capitalistic hellhole. But people will really think it's a spirit or a demon or some shit. This stream is a Horcrux. This stream is the ring. This stream is the ring. You really never know what's going to be happening on here. We really never know. I'm about to smoke some more weed and talk more shit about capitalism. Can we say Jewish people, please? Because I've been noticing a lot of weird anti-Semitism. So if we could just say Jewish people, gay people, black people, if we could always say people. Where Marie, that part. Count them all. Count them all. Get them all. From the side too. Get this one too, because this is a chin too. And again, Marie, I appreciate you for being here and being so candid. And see, somebody just wrote that I'm devil worshipping by even having this convo. This is what I mean. It's the perfect weapon, bro. It's the perfect fucking weapon, because it really makes you double think like every fucking thing. Meanwhile, a CEO be in the church with your ass about to do something to fuck up your whole country. Like, it's crazy when you think about it. What up, Ella? Thanks. I mean, Ash, I feel you, but there's no need to say Jews. We can say Jewish people. That's my preference. That's my preference. When you went here, let's just say people. Again, I'm not worshiping the devil. I actually believe in nothing. I believe in fucking nothing. I believe in fucking nothing. I believe that life started one time on this planet and it never stopped. I believe that. I believe that this earth is a place where we can find healing and we can find so much abundance. And yet we've been relegated to being in these little boxes. Like, do you ever think about that shit? Like, that we literally pay to live on the earth where we were born. Like, we're supposed to be here. Like, wouldn't it be crazy if the dolphin was paying some shark for this coral reef? Wouldn't that be so silly if a turtle was rolling up to the alligator like, "Hey, I got the rent." You know what I mean? That would be so funny, wouldn't it? But it's the ways that like the pecking order is very much like if you're not born with wealth, you deserve to have your time stolen. It's the way that when you have money, you can choose what you want to do every moment of the day. When you have less money, you're literally being stolen from. You're being jerked around. Your body is literally going wherever it has to get money. Like, it's the way you literally can't it's the way you're not even a fucking full main character. Like, it's the way you wake up and have to check the time. It's the way you're not free, like, and you feel it, like, very clearly, like, your time is spoken for type shit. Like you literally, like, someone tell you about an event, you can't even listen all the way because you're like, "Sweetie, I work every day." Like, it's the way that, like, your fucking uniforms stink, but you can't do laundry yet. Like, bitch. Like, it's the way that, like, you literally want to do something different with your hair, but you got 3 shifts in a row, so it's not possible. Want to see your friend, your work schedule ain't right, got to do a FaceTime call, and that shit's not the same. Again, it's just the way that, like, you literally don't have it. I'm crying. Meryl Streep, I love you. I love that movie so much. Like, it's the way that, like, our time is our money, and it's so evil because some of us really are broke time wise. And that is, like, part of us being poor in general. But again, just the system set up this way. It's the way that, like, we was, like, bitch. It's like, imagine, like, you're looking off into the distance and you see a horse drop out of his mama pussy. And immediately they put in numbers on that bitch. They put in taking a photograph, certificate of birth. Like, it's the way that, like, all this stuff happens to tie you to money. And it's tiresome. Ryan, that part. It's like, I have so much time, but I have no money. Also, I had a phone interview today. I'm not gonna tell you where it is because I feel like that could probably get me caught up. But honestly, I'm excited because the interviewer, like, and this is just to throw in a little, even though fuck work, I gotta make some fucking money, bitch. I'm broke as hell. Like, I'm so broke. And it makes me sad because, like, my boyfriend is paying for everything, which usually I don't mind, but I actually, like, really love him so much. And, like, I feel like if I worked, he could fucking find a job that he actually wanted to work. Like, he wouldn't have to be so stressed the fuck out. Like, not saying I don't love nobody or I didn't love nobody, just saying, like, I'm more mature. I'll say that. I'm more mature now. I feel like I used to think, like, who cares? He's a man. Now I'm just like, well, bitch, I don't want to, like, lose my fire and my spark. Like, I feel like not working is a blessing in a way, but, like, having my business is the only reason why, like, I'm not, like, but I'm absolutely so grateful I got this phone interview because the woman just seemed so happy to work there. She just seemed so full of life and, like, we were laughing. And I'm just really hoping that when I meet her, like, the vibes are still the same because the phone combo was so cute. And she was like, "Bitch, this is the easiest job I've ever done in my life." She's like, "It's so easy. Anybody can do it." And she's like, "But if you don't like such and such, you're not going to like this." And I was like, "Bitch, I really don't mind such and such." I was like, I just have only had one job in that field. Like, I've only had one job with the experience that I would need to work there. Actually, it's not true. I've had 2 jobs that give me the experience to work there. But I told her straight up, because I'm a humble bitch. I was like, look, I know we're having a great time on the phone, and I know you said you would love to have me on your team. But if somebody else has more experience, like, I really hope you do go for them, because this is my first time in this setting. And I don't want to make it seem like I just know everything. Like, I'm going to be needing some training. But if there's someone that doesn't need training, like, please give them the job. Because, like, I just kind of went out on a limb. Like, I've never applied for something like this before. And I also applied to be a manager somewhere. And they reached out to me and they were like, hey, they're like, can you give us more information on your skills on why you'd be a good manager? I was like, let me be real with you. I was like, I was being a little bit delusional about being a manager here, but if you want to start me somewhere, I was like, I don't mind learning all the stations before I become manager. That was the way I tried to play it, because honestly, me being a manager of a dispensary, I'm kind of doing that now, but I'm really fucking not. Like, I'm literally a middleman, if anything. Like, I don't have to calculate that much. Everything's kind of done for me. Like, I don't have to do too much work. So I don't want to make it seem like I could take on a really big task. Like, I'm choosing honesty. I'm choosing to say I'm delusional. I'm choosing to be candid, because some hiring manager is going to realize this bitch not going to bullshit me. If she late for work, she's going to be like, hey, I'll be there in 10 minutes and actually be there. I'm not going to be like, oh, the train, you know? No, the mod is going off. Nah, Meryl Streep is a bad bitch. But that's the thing, though. Like, you could be working hard and still be broke. That's why I steal from the grocery store and I don't feel bad. Like, you could literally like like go to school for like 10 years and never get your job that you are specialized in. That's happening to a lot of government workers right now. It's people working for the fucking environment in government, specialty jobs that you go to school to specialize in, meaning you have a specialized degree, meaning you can't just go work somewhere else. And I'm grateful that I don't have that experience, but I think about that a lot. That, like, I've just been like a person that's like, I'll try any job. Like, bitch, put me on the shift. If it works out, cool, bitch. Like, literally, I've worked so many different jobs. Like, I worked at Panera Bread. I worked at an after-school program at a Catholic school. I worked at a fucking casino where all they did, like, it was a virtual casino. This job was honestly bizarre because people would come in and it was a bunch of pool tables that had screens on them, and people would be like shooting fish, like big koi fish. Keep in mind, the video game is the size of a pool table. And the whole thing, like, bitch, I got fired on some dumb shit. They were like, oh, you're not pushing in the chairs. I'm like, girl, these crackheads coming here to shoot koi fish. They do not care if the chair is not all the way pushed up against the damn machine. He was bugging out. I was okay to get fired from that. That was in Colorado. Where the fuck did I work? I worked at a pizza place, bitch, in New Orleans, where I was making pizzas, bitch, and it was fucking hot. And my wig was getting burned up every day. One time I opened up the motherfucking oven, bitch, and a heat blast burned my wig so bad, bitch. The wig literally puffed in the front. Like, I had cut a bang, and the bang went like this and went like that. And was hard, bitch, like a brim, bitch. It became a brim. The wig created a brim with the heat, sweetie. And I literally was like, all day at the shift, I was like, Jesus be a bandana. Where's a bandana, bitch? I was looking so crazy, bitch. I had not one baby hair, bitch. It was a crystal ball hairline and a plume of hair. And bitches were like, yo, you having a day? That's what, you know, when you look crazy, when your wig look crazy, that's what white people say. You having a day, huh? They're like, you having a day? I'm like, my wig is. Bitch, get off me. My God, the lip sweat that I had in New Orleans was fucking treacherous, bitch. It's the way the top of my lip was always fucking sweaty. And I'll be sitting on a stump in front, just wanting to die, bitch. Because it's like, I love eating pizza, but making pizza all day is hell. Like, I literally just thought that I wanted to do a pizza job, and I was like, no, girl. No, I don't. No, I fucking don't. Hey, what up? Hi, babies. I hope you're having a good night. Where else did I work? I already said Panera Bread, but bitch, when I got fired at Panera Bread, that shit was hilarious. Like, I'll never forget getting fired at Panera Bread because I thought I had been stealing so slick. Like, bitch, me and my bestie was working at Panera Bread, and it was funny as hell because, bitch, we would have, bitch, this is a mess. We would literally have somebody, like one of her roommates, call in a big ass order, like mad sandwiches, mad soups, right before me and my bestie was about to clock out. And then we would, and because it's a phone order, it's on a different screen, bitch. We was high level with the shits. So we would put in this order, be like $300 worth of fucking Panera Bread, which was probably like 4 sandwiches and 3 soups type shit, But still, we put money in it. Fucking baguettes, pastry, everything, bitch. And my friend worked on the line with the food. So whatever we said was on the order, bitch, she put in double. She was like, fuck it. So I put the chips in. I would take the order. She would make it. We will all leave with the bags, bitch. Sweetie, we were living. I don't know how I got caught for real, but one day, and keep in mind, I would give hot chocolate. I was on barista too, so I wasn't even like really like working the front, but I could touch the kiosk and like take orders and shit. And so, anyways, I was on the barista, so I'll be giving cute people hot cocoa because I'm in Boston, right? It'd be cold outside. People come into Panera to study. I'd be like, "Oh, you look cold. I made too much hot chocolate." It never worked. I never got one bitch off that. That shit was fucking tragic. But still, I still tried my best, bitch. You can't shoot your shot with hot chocolate. I learned that day. But anyways, so here's how I found out that they knew I was stealing. Cause I never knew that they knew, bitch. But I literally got called into the office by my manager. And my manager, I'm gonna be real with you, he was like the big boss, and he didn't really give too much of a fuck. You could low-key tell he was rich, and he just came to do some paperwork, put on a button-up shirt. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you could tell like the manager low-key a very rich person, but they need something to seem busy. Like they need something to make the day go by. Like they can't just be rich all day. Like they gotta find some busy work. And so he would come into work, like you could tell rich, looking cute. And he was a very handsome man. And I feel like low-key, if I was on like Craigslist, me and him would have fucked. But I feel like he's seen me in real life and I knew his real government, so he would have never did nothing. You feel me? He had that kind of vibe. Like, you can't know my name. Some of y'all know who I'm talking about. Anyways, so he called me into the office and I'm over here thinking I'm about to, I'm thinking nothing bad, even though I'm stealing. I'm thinking it's fine. Bitch, he literally is sitting there. He don't even know why I'm getting called. He's like, someone's on the phone for you. It's someone from corporate. Bitch, my delusional ass. I'm like, I'm about to get promoted. Sweetie, they put this motherfucker on speakerphone and they're like, hello? And they're like, is this da-da-da? I'm like, yes. They're like, how many times a week would you say that you would give somebody a bagel for free? And I'd be like, once or twice. And like, as I'm revealing the shits, because like I'm realizing over time, they're trying to calculate how much money I owe them, girl. I'm not dumb. So I'm like, once or twice. But they're asking me all these questions in front of the manager who had no idea I had been robbing them. So he's sitting there like shook. Like I'm sitting there like, and yep, I did a robbery on that day. And yep, on that day. Mm-hmm. And he's sitting there like, and I'm like, I'm trying not to look at him, bitch. I'm trying to focus on the call. It's speakerphone, but I'm trying to look at the phone like no one's here. Horse blinders. And bitch, by the end of the call, he's like, I'm shocked. Oh my God. Bitch, swear at the end, he was like, I'm honestly shocked. And I was just looking at him like, because what do you say? Like, sweetie, yeah, I guess I did steal $5,000 worth of Panera Bread. Like, that's, that. And if I'm being honest with you, bitch, I feel like the estimate was a little low. And I'm being silly about the number. I feel like at the end, because I said 1 or 2, bitch, they came up with like $400. I was like, I'll take it. Because I'm like, sweetie, if you knew, because like, it's the way that they were only watching me on the barista, like the drinks and the shits. They didn't know about the big bags. They didn't know about the sandwiches. They didn't know about all the munchies. What up, Jai? They didn't know about all the big bags. They didn't know about the panini. They didn't know about the panini trade, bitch. So I was like, nah, girl, y'all don't even know that we was stealing breads and shit. Fuck it. Like if you came up with 400 in Panera breads theft, I'll take it. Oh, it was definitely more than $5,000. Like it was like, bitch, no games. I stole from Panera every day that I worked there, bitch. Like, can you imagine going to Panera Bread and not stealing every day if you work there? Like, that doesn't sound realistic, bitch. I'm from poverty, bitch. Why would I not have broccoli cheddar soup every day if I can? Why would I not steal croissants? What the fuck, bitch? I come from fucking poverty. I'm stealing everything I can. What the fuck? Fuck that. I'm stealing croutons. I'm stealing all types of shit, bitch. Fuck out of here, cause I'm hungry. Now I stole toys as a kid. I'm crying. I like Panera too, bitch, but I'm not paying Panera prices. That soup is good as fuck. And the sandwich, bitch, that motherfucking what was my sandwich? What was my sandwich? Oh, that chicken frontega, bitch. Ooh, it's not good no more. I don't know what they did. I'm so sorry. Like when I started working there, they were like, people was getting too big backed it from eating here, so we decided to make everything healthy. And I was like, oh. And I got fired right after, so I knew it was the truth. Like they was really trying to make it healthy in there. They were like, no fat bitches neither. Yep. I'm saying go to Panera, see if it's a fat bitch in there. I think they got rid of all the fat bitches. As soon as they took all the heavy cream out the soup. They're like, nope. People was doing lawsuits, bitch. They sued McDonald's. Somebody sued McDonald's and Panera was like, we're not about to play with it. That mac and cheese was okay. I feel like when they mixed the mac and cheese with the tomato soup, I was feeling it, but I feel like Karen, yeah. I couldn't even. I'm like, man, white people really want to be talked to so bad right now. Like, nobody's even bothering you. $10 for one fucking sandwich. Exact. That's why I robbed them. I feel like it's clear why I robbed them. I feel like it's obvious why they was robbed. Like I didn't mean no malice. I just wasn't about to spend that much on a soup. Like it's water with some shit in it. Like I'm sorry. I mean that with so much kindness. I just made a soup myself. It's mostly water with potatoes in it. Orzo, and I threw a whole rotisserie chicken in it after I'd eaten a bunch up off of it. Low key, bitch. Try it out. The easiest soup method I can think of. You gotta fish out the bones in the end with a spatula. That's fine though. All that collagen, shit came out good as hell. I'm gonna drink that shit tonight. I hope that you don't go to jail. I hope you stay out, baby. Free what up. Like I don't know. I don't know how the fuck anybody buying groceries and not stealing something. I don't know how. Like I said, somebody told me that they're putting meat underneath the water. They're buying cases of water and putting meat underneath them. You're very welcome. Change my life. Change my life, baby. I don't even drink water out the bottles like that. But I said, fuck it. We buying bottles of water now. And we getting steaks and pork backs and shit. That's the trade, you know? I'm buying water and I'm hiding meat under it. About to take out stock in motherfucking whatever water brand that is, bitch, because that should be helping me. You said our stores have so much security. See, and that's the thing. Where do you live? Because I'm in Michigan, and I'm telling you, the store that I go to steal at hires a lot of like trans people, queer people, old people. Like it just seems like a grocery store that very much is people that don't give a fuck. I get the same trans woman at the self checkout every time, and me and her are cool. I talk to her all the time, but I swear she's supposed to be watching us, but she always looks away. She always leaves us alone. Oh, you're in Canada? Damn. Now, my question is this. In Canada, like, what's the policy on stealing? Switch it up. It really depends. See, I'm not stealing from Trader Joe's, and I did steal from Whole Foods, but my Whole Foods steal hack is honestly like it's only been tried once. I'm about to try it again, but I haven't needed no chicken tenders for a minute. But the soup container, the tall soup container at Whole Foods, I filled that with some hot food and some chicken tenders. I actually filled it mostly with chicken tenders and mashed potatoes and corn and gravy. And I was able to fill that thing up. I want to say it weighed about 2 pounds, and they charged me like $11 for it. I feel like that's one way to get away with stealing from Whole Foods. I wouldn't just take everything. They film the self checkout. They film our self checkout too, but I'm still gonna put some romaine on the thing and say it's curly parsley because the curly parsley is 62 cents. I'm going to say the romaine is parsley. I'm also going to say that any big fruit, big starchy vegetable, that's bananas. Sure am. And if they try to stop me, I'm going to act crazy as hell. I'm just gonna fall on the ground and start shaking. Only if they jump on my back. It depends on how they come. It depends, like however they move, I'm gonna move however they move. Like if they move like I'm doing criminal stuff, I'm gonna act crazy. But if they jump on my back, I'm gonna shake and run. Like if they try to get me, I'm going. But if they're like, you know, like I can, like I see what you're, if they try to, I'll be like, what? I'm about to start acting like Donnie from Wild Thornberry's bitch. Swear, I'm pulling off my shirt. I'm gonna have some Hawaiian shorts on, and I'm about to just roll around the fucking shit just like Donnie from Wild Thornberry. Swear, that's my plan. Wow, that's all I got. That's all I got, and I'm rolling. I'm telling you. I am crazy. That's true. That's true. Anyways, like I was saying though, I think we were talking about news for like 1 second, and I feel like we lost it. We were talking about something that was happening, like some current event. I'm blanking on it right now. Ooh, we're talking about Tyla. Honestly, Tyla all of a sudden saying she's a black woman. I really hope that she goes to lay down somewhere. I like she could just be mixed. It's okay to be mixed. I really feel like our community, we got to get our community together because, my God, us mixed people just crying all over the place, acting a fool, acting like just a fool. And it's like, who is her team? I really want to send them a letter and be like, can y'all stop? Because y'all doing the most and y'all making people confused. Like, y'all really gaslighting. Yikes. But see, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. I don't think Black Americans dragged her for being mixed. I don't think that's why she was dragged. I think she was dragged because she does not know how to talk about her identity in a way that makes people feel comfortable. And I feel like there's layers to this convo, and I feel like it's actually a deep convo. Obama wasn't black, and I'm not black. There's layers to this convo, and I feel like it's nuanced. Just like I told y'all, being raised by a white passing woman held me back. It literally divorced me from a lot of community and conversations that I needed to survive and make meaningful connections with people. That's what I think is the issue. It's that no one told Tyla saying you're a black woman when you're colored and from a different part of the world means that you're not listening to black women speak. And again, sometimes, like when people are talking, they're actually telling us a lot about what they know, what they think. And so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying about Tyla. She is aware that she's mixed, but her team is aware that being mixed and talking about it can be a slippery slope. And I'm aware of that for myself. I know there's people that don't fuck with me because I say that I'm a mixed person or because I talk about being mixed in the way that I do. I know some people are turned off by that, and I have to hold that. That has nothing to really do with me. I know that if I talk about being a mixed person, there's going to be some people who are also mixed, who are, they've been gaslit. Perhaps they've been told that they're a black person by somebody and they believe that they're a black person. And now they have to hold that they're not. I have this one friend on Facebook who talks about being mixed, and like she's very hurt about having to identify as mixed. And I'm trying to be gentle with her because I see her conversation on the timeline as one that can be kind of violent, but also one that can be vulnerable in a way that I don't think everybody can actually sit with. And I'm not saying that it's anybody black job to sit with anybody mixed and try to hold our hand through self-actualization. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to offer though is that what could be seen by some people as someone like being mixed up and not knowing what they are, to me looks like someone sitting with the shame that other people might have not allowed them to sit with. I don't disagree with you, but I also think that like it's the same combo as like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is not a black woman. It's okay to be mixed, but it's not okay to not know how to talk about your identity. And I think that that's a conversation that, again, not everybody's ready to have. And again, a year ago, 2 years ago, maybe I would have said something different. Honestly, like I feel like I'm still evolving in my analysis on how I talk about myself and other mixed people. But I will say that like there are so many moments where it's very obvious that like the elders that created her didn't really sit with her and talk to her about how she should talk about herself. And again, it's the ways that black folks don't really get that opportunity. We live in a world that says if you're black, you're going to like this thing, you're going to do this thing. It's the ways that a lot of black folks don't get to have autonomy because as soon as they do, somebody's saying they're being demonic or they're being white. Think about that. There are ways that black folks are kind of locked into a performance in ways, not all, but some do feel like if they don't wear this thing or do these things, then they're not a black person or that they're not as connected to blackness or that they're a self-hater. It's mad layers to the combo. But I think with Tyla, I think unfortunately, when you are an outsider and you are bringing in your, like, you know, I heard that she's making music that's connected to like piano. Please forgive me. I'm not a fan of hers and I'm not trying to disrespect her, but I am trying to offer that if she were to talk about being a mixed person, she probably would get way more conversation that would allow people to understand her because she's now flattening her identity, saying she's colored and that's also black. She's feeding that combo about biracial blackness. And it's awkward because, again, I know that as a whole mixed person, this conversation is not really had in anybody's community. And that mixed community isn't a real thing. There's not many mixed people willing to talk to other mixed people candidly about our mixedness because many things, but the layers of that community conversation happening or not is one that I'm not really talking about right now. What I am trying to offer, though, is that Tyla clearly has not been listening to black women in America, foundational black American women, black women in the diaspora. Like, there's so many combos happening. I'm really not sure how she's missing it or even her team. But I do think that unfortunately for a lot of us mixed people, but there's moments where we say things that allow people to understand where we're at. And what Tyla may not understand is that what she's explained is that she still doesn't understand ethnicity versus race. And that is, again, another way that we can know who someone's listening to get information, who you're rooting your information in, what praxis, what standards. And again, her being so willing to say, oh, colored means black. She's clearly trying to gaslight black women in America. And by promoting her or accepting her, we're saying it's okay. And I want us to just consider that white supremacy takes help. People can be helping white supremacy distort blackness with Tyla, or we can be candid and say, Tyla, you're colored, you're mixed. That means that when you come into black spaces, you know, it would maybe make sense to, you know, maybe learn some history and maybe do some things that are groundbreaking, such as, you know, hiring deep, dark skinned foundational black Americans. You know what I mean? Like making sure that if you're going to be on the charts here, you're also supporting other people that are on the charts as well, that are in America. Like, again, there's ways for her to move like not a op, right? I think there's ways for a lot of us to move as like not a op. What up, IBZ? Kill nothing but time. You know what? And see, that's the thing, Jai. I don't think that it's necessarily just people in America don't want her to say she's mixed. I think what's unfortunate is that the mixed people in America, we're not having that conversation. How can an outsider have that convo here if even mixed people here are not willing to have it? And again, until I started listening to Black women and listening to content about erasure, colorism, I had no understanding, or I had like, my brain did not have that information. That's what I'm going to try to offer. That yes, I knew anti-Blackness is real. I know it's real. But colorism, I had no idea that colorism was not just connected to pigmentocracy, but also the one drop rule. Also, the ways that colorism and the one drop rule inform who will be uplifted and who won't, and the ways that Tyla is brown enough to be seen as a Black woman to somebody, but the Black women who are the loudest in community that we're hearing are saying she's not. And I'm grateful that that's prevailing over gaslighting. And I think that that's something that's important to know. Again, I don't believe for 1 minute that anybody Black hates mixed people or doesn't like mixed people. I think that would be strange to say at this point in history, wouldn't it? Now, this is not me saying that Black people have consented to mixed people being in their spaces. But again, it's layers, right? Just the ways that I see white people as being indoctrinated with psychopathy, that like people will say narcissism, but I think it's psychopathy. I'm sure in some ways us mixed people with white ancestors have the same motherfucking situation going on. And what I'm sitting at is, if we live in a world that was created by people who are psychopaths and they're privileging certain people and they're absolutely erasing Black, deep dark skinned people who are femmes, who are women, who are non-men, like, it's just one of those moments where you have to hold that, like, what is wellness, mental wellness, what is seen as like able body. It's all set up to like prop them up in a particular way. And so there's moments where I sit with how we'll have debates about shit that is like whether or not to punish someone, whether or not to dehumanize someone. And that's the whole conversation. The whole convo is like, should we harm this person? And so again, it's the ways that like, I'm not sure, because again, I do have white ancestors, so I do have some psychopathy in me, bitch. It's the ways that I'm not sure if it's possible for us to be well mentally here in this world, in this time. Because again, everything that we're doing is aiding and abetting what? The systems that are harming majority of us. Most of us are being harmed by these systems, but it's the way that it's okay with a lot of us because we're not the most marginalized. It's the ways that me and you aren't going to jail, right? Me and you aren't getting pulled over by the cop, right? So it's the ways that we can talk about and conjecture what's happening to people in real time, day to day. And so again, I don't want to ever take my foot off the neck of white supremacy and capitalism and anti-Blackness and all the ways that we're all being collectively harmed. But I do want to also make sure that we acknowledge that being a lighter skinned person means that like I'm harmed significantly less, that a lot of the things I've been able to do have been because I am being spared by white supremacy, not because I'm special, but because it's been propagandized that I'm going to act right. You know, it's the ways that, again, I don't think my mom put me in church for no reason. It's a lot of reason why some of y'all get put in church. And it's because they want to make sure the person that comes out can survive a society that only respects people who use dogma, who use religion and wield it in a particular way. It's the ways that I now see actually why some of us are made to go to church in this way that feels so punished, like punishment. And it's because they're trying to push us into a way of behavior that is respectable enough to be in polite society. It's no reason, it's not a coincidence that you have to dress a certain way at church, that you got to talk a certain way at church. It's literally a place to go and become indoctrinated and to learn how to sit quietly while people tell you what to do. Oh, no, underground rock has so many black influences. Like rock is literally black, but we don't talk about that enough. Country too. Mm. And that's the thing too. I think FD Signifier been paid. I'm gonna say it. Listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. I'll eat a thong if I'm wrong. But I'm just saying, like, it's not giving anything less than he's paid. Like, I just think this man is paying for somebody black to say something nice about him. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And that's the thing about it. As the conversation shifts around who is black and who is not, a lot of us mixed people will start to act a fool and we'll start to like look for black people. Like again, it's the way that I used to think, well, my grandpa and I used to just count all these melanated people like, oh yeah, like that's part of my black ancestry. That's me. That's my and again, it's the ways that like that's not me. Like it's the ways I had to hold, like that's them. That's their experience. That has nothing to do with me. Like, I'm grateful for them being a part of my life in the ways that they were, but I can't use their experiences to add up to mine. That doesn't make no damn sense. But again, it's the ways that as people start to talk about who is black and who is not, there will be a lot of mixed people who start to gather up all the black people that make them the black person that they want to be. It's awkward as fuck to hold that, but it's the truth. It's what's happening. And that's the thing that's weird. Biracial literally means two races. So it's just fascinating that people don't want to say what's happening is happening. But again, double speak, bitch. Double speak. And that's the thing. Beyonce being black. And like I said before, when I saw Beyonce, I was like, oh, there's many ways to be black. Like when I saw Beyonce's mom, I was like, oh, you can be black in many different ways. Again, it's the way us mixed people allow understanding around colorism and one drop rule. Like it's the way that we distort the conversation. And again, I'm bringing this up because there are a lot of deep dark skinned people who are being told that they're wrong, they're lying. And I'll be in comment sections fighting with folk, and folks will really try to be mean to me. Like I literally had someone call me dark skin and say I was pretending to be light skin. Like someone dead ass told me I was pretending to be a light skinned person. And I literally was like, that is so awkward. And again, even if I was like, why are you trying to drag me like this? Like, even if I was a catfish, I wasn't being rude. I was acknowledging the things that were being said that were, again, this person, I'm gonna just share the video because I still don't understand it, bitch. I was really trying. And if somebody, if somebody watches this video and actually understands it, oh my God, I will be so grateful. Like, I literally found this video a few days ago. This creator, I want to say his name is Laron. I'm gonna find his ass because if somebody watches this video and understands what the fuck is happening, I will be so fucking grateful. Oh my God. Like, it's the way I rewound it several times, bitch. And I did not understand. Okay, it's called The Light Skinned Problem. And it's a long watch. It's about an hour. So if you do this, if somebody watches it and has a convo with me about it, I will do something nice for you. You can literally tell me a couple things, give me some options, but honestly, like I literally want to have a convo about this video so bad. Because again, there's so many people in the comment section being like, this is great. And I'm like, is it? Is it great? Because there's moments where like he's just saying things. He's not saying, I don't know. It's awkward. Like, I want to watch it again. Maybe I will watch it in the Discord if somebody cares. But it's called The Light Skin Problem. And I'll read the bio just so people can understand. It says, when it comes to light skin privilege and skin color privilege in the Black community, we can't ignore that the colorism that rose from it's fueled by white racism. While racially ambiguous and white passing Black stars are used for representation because of white racism fetishizing melanated tones of skin color, thanks to pop culture, we also see it when dark skinned characters like Storm and the Green Lantern, Jon Stewart, are played by light skinned Halle Berry and Aaron Pierre. Here's why. Again, I want to understand what he's trying to say, but I wasn't getting it because it felt like he was trying to say like white people made us like light skinned people. And it's like, does that matter? Like, no shade. Does that really matter? I feel like saying that like that white people are the reason why light skinned people have power. It's like, it feels like they're trying to take the power away from us light skinned people to actually be in solidarity with deep dark skinned people. And it feels like he'd rather talk about how white people installed light skinned people and how like light skinned people are now seen as like palatable Black people. But like, again, he's still like saying it's white people's fault, but he's not acknowledging that we have agency to like, and that's what I was doing in the comments. I was like, sweetie, like, it's so easy to stay focused on white people. It is. It's so easy. I did that for at least 10 years of my life, focused on white supremacy. I was not holding the ways that I've internalized it myself. And again, it's the ways that like I be listening to people and be trying to gain information because I don't want to be ashy out here. But again, there's moments where I have to hold that there are some Black men that are moving in bad faith and they'll make these long ass videos selling merch, and all they're saying is be nice to light skinned people. It's not their fault. And it's like, what do you mean? Thank you. Thank you for the nice hair comment. Um, no, I've had people get mad that like I said Beyonce was mixed. I remember when I first brought up Beyonce being mixed, I got dragged bad as hell. And it's awkward because I think like in some combos I have with people online, I can tell they're mixed people too. And it's awkward because like they'll be trying to fight for their Blackness in a combo where they've already said they're mixed. And it's like, sweetie, ugh. But again, it's the way that like I have to hold that like it wasn't until I started to acknowledge my mixedness that I started to actually hold what I was losing in doing so. And so I do think that that's another part of the Tyler convo that people might not be holding, that like when you say you're, damn, my live cut for a second, but we're back. But when you say you're a mixed person, like people really do hold you as not the same as Black. And again, it's not to say that they shouldn't, it's just to say that like I didn't realize how much like saying I was a Black person was paving the way for me to have a certain experience with people. If I don't say that I'm a Black person, or if I say that I'm mixed, or if I acknowledge my mixedness, like I will have a different experience with people. Like it just is the truth. And it's something that again I wasn't well experienced in, because I feel like when I would talk about having a white passing mom, I feel like I wasn't necessarily saying anything about her. I'll say this. I feel like my mom's gaslighting, my mom telling me that she, a whole white passing person, is Black, really did have me like fighting for her Blackness in a way that I'm sure made people think that she was a Black person. And so I have to hold that I have been complicit in erasure of Black women because a mixed woman taught me how to be. And like I have to hold that like us mixed people can be quite harmful, and in ways that, yeah, we don't always know, right? But once we learn, like, what do we do then? And so it's the way that I hear Tyla has more learning to do and unlearning to do, but her team is actually causing her a lot of distress. And I don't think she'll realize it until it's too late, which is sad. But again, it's the way that us mixed people have to lose shit. We have to lose things for us to perhaps create a community out of what we really have. Because at this point, a lot of mixed people are in Black spaces causing confusion and chaos. We don't have anything in black spaces. What we have is fetishization, and I wish we would hold that we're being fetishized, we're being used to erase. We're complicit in violence and harm, but we're not being loved and supported. We're actually holding people hostage in ways, and I don't think that all of us see it that way, because there are a lot of people who've internalized white supremacy and anti-blackness and think that we may be a good signal. I've heard black folks say that, like, maybe if a biracial person gets casted, it might mean something good for someone black. And it's like, what an interesting thing to think that, like, we're the sign of something blacker coming. How fascinating. But again, it's the ways that people are being candid with me, a whole light skinned mixed person, about what they think about what could be happening. And again, it's the way that, like, what if we weren't there? What if we said, hey, you were hiring black people, we're mixed? Like, if many mixed people got on code, there would be more black people. But we also have to hold that a lot of these corporations are colluding with us mixed people. And I've heard like Zendaya's agent say, if you're black, but you're a lighter skinned black. Like, he was saying, he was like, the least black looking black people make the most money. That's what he really said. And I was like, bitch. And it didn't go viral. And he was talking about Zendaya. He was talking about managing her and how, like, it's been easy because she's making a lot of money because she doesn't look black. Marie, I appreciate Marie saying that it'd be killing you so bad, and then that people don't know. Because again, I will never ever make it seem like people are just gonna get this information, are just gonna learn about anti-blackness and colorism and erasure. I'm not gonna say that when I first heard about it, I was open or receptive. I definitely wasn't willing to sit with the shame of being a lighter skinned person who's been lied to. Like, I didn't want to sit with the propaganda that I had believed that, I was something special because I just am, not because I'm a lighter skinned person. But the ways that, like, being treated a certain way will tell you, will tell you a lot. And again, it's the ways that it wasn't just older black women who seemingly are more established who are talking about colorism, but it was very much like younger black women, like younger black girls actually. Like, I remember lip gloss. There was a young black girl, I want to say she was in her teens, maybe 18 years old, maybe 19 years old, and she talked about being ugly. And people were trying to, like, make her feel worse by telling her that she wasn't ugly. And I remember someone went so far as to Photoshop her natural hair off her fucking head and put a wig on her digitally, and then show her all these men that wanted to use her body on Tinder, as if that was a rebuttal to her naming that she sees herself in this society as an ugly person. And the ways that people literally went out their way to show her, oh, you are ugly, but you could buy stuff so that people will accept you sexually, or will fetishize you, will treat you this or that way. And again, it's the way that, like, her content, Ostefco, OHSTEPHCO, like, these are not both of them are not the youngest, but, like, I feel like I'm just trying to juxtapose two different ages of women making similar content, because lip gloss left the internet. Like, she was bullied so bad that she just left, which is sad, because again, it's the ways that, like, she was a deep dark skinned girl with short 4C hair who was being candid about how people are looking at people like myself and saying, like, this is a beauty image for black women, when I have a whole white passing mom. Like, it's the ways that people will see Beyonce as a beautiful black woman and will name her, and other light-skinned people who are mixed as beautiful black women, as black women to be like. And again, the darker skinned black women, the ways that, like, sometimes I do wonder things like, are you with this white man because black men are fucking being anti-black and colorist? Because honestly, that was my story. There were a lot of times where black men would go out their way to let me know, like, you are just a light-skinned pussy that I could maybe make a baby with. Like, there were just ways that black men would boil me down to nothing, to nothing. And I would look at them and they'd be looking at me like I'm so beautiful, but their words would tell me that's all I want from you is beauty. I want to pull that away from you. I want to carry it or not. The ways that like this man was talking, like if I don't have a beautiful baby, I'm gonna leave both y'all. The ways that like so many black men would tell me straight up, like you look like you would have pretty kids before even saying hello, my name is. I don't even mean to be a poet, bitch. I don't even mean to be a poet. Bitch, I thought my hat fell off, bitch. This wig is really light. But again, it's the way that a lot of these men are like, it's like I'm not trying to ever make it seem like being lighter skinned is a struggle, but I'm trying to offer that like once I start to hear from deep dark skinned people what they're saying, I'm starting to analyze what they're saying to me. And I'm like, wait, you don't even like me. You want to use my body to create a child you may or may not fuck with, depending on how the genes come across. I'm not gambling with my life. I'm good. And again, if this was only one black man, I'd never say a word. If it was one black man, I wouldn't even bring it up. But it's the way that there are so many times where a black man will tell me, you know, I like just again the ways, the names, the things that they say as a loving term, and it's just about me being yellow. It's just about me being light skinned. Again, it's the way that they're so ready to tell me what I'm gonna be in their life as if and again, it's the way that they talk to me like they already know I want to be with them. I've had many black men come up to me like and assume like you're gonna worship my black ass, right? Like I've had this experience so many times, and it's awkward. It's like let me find a black man cute and talk to him for a minute. He's like, you about to worship me, right, sir? We just met. This is an Arby's. What the fuck? Again, it's the way that I've listened to black women long enough to hear that us mixed women are used in the community as prizes and as ornaments and as supposed preferences, but a lot of us have the same story. A lot of us have the same story. And so I'm never trying to make it seem like fuck black men, never that. But there are so many ways. Like I remember this combo happening online where this white woman popped out and was like, I've been bullied by black men. And we were all like, what? And this white woman was being candid. She was like, yeah, she's like, a lot of black men have told me that, they prefer black women, but they'll deal with me. A lot of black men have told this white woman that white women pussy stink. And I'm just like, girl, imagine that. Whew, again, and the other white women started popping out being like, yeah, they tell us that they prefer black women, but they'll deal with us. And I'm like, again, it's the way that I also thought white women were having the best experiences with black men. And then they start talking and I'm like, oh shit, it's a bad batch. All men. Okay. But when the fuck am I listening to a white woman be candid about men problems? That's why they want TikTok out of here, bitch. Because when the fuck am I hearing a white bitch from Kansas lament about black men treating her like fucking shit? When am I hearing this? And again, coupled with that convo I had with y'all the other day about the porn category BNWO, trigger warning for very, very gory sexual things. But there is a whole porn category called Black New World Order where there are white women predominantly worshiping black men's penises and allowing black men to destroy them physically for their desire. And so I want to just hold that I don't think that this exists outside of the bubble that we're all living in. We're all breathing the same air, right? And so, yeah, I'm sure there are white women who think a black man is better than a white man. I'm sure at this point. Just like I'm sure there's black women that think a white man is better than a black man. At this point, I'm sure. Again, it's the way that I actually understand why everybody where the fuck they're at. I actually understand. And again, it's the way that I used to think that like when I was dating like white cis men early on in my career, I used to think, well, I don't want to be a baby mom. I know that probably sounds fucked up, but I'm just be candid with you. I did not want a man to use me sexually and throw my ass away. And a lot of black men were telling me that. Am I going to say all? No, that's silly. But a lot of black men were telling me, like, I'll use your body. I'll use your body. I'm not saying no white man never said that. No white man I dated said that to me, is what I'm going to say. And so just hold that for how you want to hold that. I feel like there were very few opportunities I had where a black man was reaching out to me in good faith. And when they were, I'm going to be real. Can I be candid with you? I definitely fumbled a black man projecting my dad trauma, my black father abandoning me trauma. Absolutely. Like, I definitely do regret. Like, there was this one man that I was like, things were aligning, but I also, if I'm being super candid, I was fat phobic as fuck. Like, I was hella internalized fat phobic. And so I was just like, I cannot be with a fat man. And again, I know at this point, I know y'all don't see me be with a fat man. I know y'all know that I'm fat. Like, why would I not be a fat man? That's the thing too. People don't want to talk about this, but just because you're fat don't mean you want to date your marginalized identity as well. And again, I know some people don't want to hear that. I know some people don't want to hear that. But that's where I was at, bitch, and I'm gonna keep it a fucking buck. Am I there today? No. I kiss the ground fat people walk on now. But I used to think as a fat person, bitch, I'm already fat. I don't want to be fatter. And it's the way that I used to think about being around other fat people will make me seem fatter. Again, it's the ways that I'm sure other marginalized people think other people who are marginalized being around them might put them in danger or harm's way. Not holding, bitch, it's not us. It's the danger outside of us that we're all worried about. So we probably should link up and fight this shit together. Me being without you is actually dangerous for me, but I'm not thinking like that at that time. At the time, I'm like, oh, I'm fat, but I have a skinny spirit. And I really feel like that's how I used to think about myself. Like, before I was truly comfortable with myself, I used to think like, I'm going to be skinny one day. Like, I'm just not skinny yet, but I don't want to be too comfortable as a fat bitch. And now I'm like, that's hilarious to think like that. I thought one day, like, I don't want to get too comfortable. Again, fat phobia is fucking a hell of a drug, bitch. But I definitely fumbled a beautiful fat black man. I really fumbled his ass, and I'm to this day, bitch. Because honestly, he was a friend. He was cool as hell, very fun. But I just wasn't ready to be with somebody fat, and I know that sounds crazy. I don't care. I don't care, bitch. I gotta live with this pain every day, bitch. So I'm gonna just be candid. Like, I definitely thought like, we're gonna be too fat to be together. I'm so sorry. Again, shade, a mess. She does have a song called Creole, bitch. I'm crying. I'm behind in the chats, but I'm still reading all of them. You said Janet Jackson is mixed. You know what? I never really looked into the Jackson line like that. But one thing I want to say is Paris Jackson is not black. Please stop. Like, I happened to see a video the other day, and she was in Swarm, bitch. I don't know why. I started looking back into Swarm. Something just had me go up over there. And I saw Paris Jackson, and I was just like, that scene where she's talking to Dominique, and she said that she's black, but she just light skinned or some shit. And Dominique is like, you're black? And I was screaming. I was screaming because it's like, yo, when white passings tell you that they're black, that is such a fucking moment. Like, the last time that shit had happened to me, I can't even fucking remember the last time a white passing told me they were black. For real. Probably, nah, it wasn't my mom. I've had it happen recently, but the most recent time was that white lady I was working with at the witch's shop, and it was awkward as fuck because, like, I'm literally sitting there like, and again, I know I should have said, you're not black. I should have said it like, Maury, you are not black. I should have said it like Maury, bitch, but I just literally was just like, and again, it's the way that I don't want to be working anywhere where I got to tell somebody that they're not black. That's just one of the main things I'm trying to avoid at the job. You feel me? I don't want to be the, you're mixed whisperer. I don't want to be this. Keep me from it. You feel me? But I feel like it's an awkward moment, but and that's the thing too. Like, I'm not trying to say it in a mean way. You feel me? I'm trying to say it tenderly. I'm trying to call in, not call out. Whew, but that shit is not easy, bitch. I promise you. Not, and it's funny she said Kamala's white. I mean, I feel like Kamala joined an agency. Apparently she's about to start doing speaking gigs and shit. And people were like, bitch, she said, I'm not talking for free. She said, if you want to talk to me, you better book me. I'm crying. My thought process is, Kamala, get your money. Have fun, bitch. Honestly, like, I don't know what we want from this bitch. You know what I mean? I don't know what we want from this bitch. Like, I really don't know. Like, I just want her to just go and have a happy life because it's the way she posted on Valentine's Day and people ate her up. They said, bitch, our world is crumbling. I'm just like, what? She out with Doug having a little Valentine's Day. Sweetheart, I don't crochet, but I'm getting interested. Like, I found a spot that has hella fucking yarn for $1 too. Yarn for $1. I don't know if that's a good price, but um I'm thinking about it, bitch, because if I can make something for $1, that sounds sexy to me. I really want to make clothes so bad. Like I'm in my designer bag in my head so bad. Like I've been touching fabrics at this spot that has like a bunch of like fabric scraps that you can use and they're all really cheap. And so I don't know, bitch. I feel so creative, but I feel so ugh, ugh. I just wish I could start like a gay atelier so fucking bad. Like I wish I could start like, ooh, you know what? That's maybe something to bring up at the next meeting. I'm gonna do that. But yeah, I just want more gay people to design clothes with me. I also got invited to a bonfire tomorrow. I'm low-key, I wanted to go out tonight, but there's a part of me that's like, bitch, do you really want to go out tonight? And it's like, I really don't, bitch. Like, honestly, it's the way you gotta dig yourself out to go outside today. You know what? We all love Meryl Streep. The conversation about race and ethnicity does need to be expanded, and I appreciate you for saying that. I also think, like, unfortunately, if we're not listening to Black people who are willingly sharing, I'm really not sure, like, what the rest of us can say. Like, I'm at a point where I'm really trying to just remember that like uplifting the content is vital. There are so many people out there that are not going to listen to a Black person just because. It's sad to say that, but it's true. And yet people will come in here and listen to my crackhead ass talk for hours and hours and hours about nothing. I'm not trying to diminish myself. What I'm trying to offer is that like people will come in here and I'm not doing nothing but just chilling. Meanwhile, there are people who are brilliant as fuck who create content that again is so timeless, like content that I wish I could like put on a DVD, bitch. And like again, I'm not trying to diminish myself. It is me just trying to offer that like we're really in an anti-intellectualist movement. And so we want to laugh and have a fun time and keep shit low stakes. And I get that. But at the same time, like what does it look like for us to, you know, actually cultivate community and acknowledge like how people are missing, you know? Like I feel like that's where I'm at. Like people are missing from conversation and they're talking. So where are they? And where do we find them? How do we listen to them? How do we bring them money for what they're sharing with us? Like how do we share back? And so these are things that I wonder and things that I want to do more. But I'm also trying to remember like sharing the content is part of it. Like some of us don't have money right now. Some of us don't have much right now, but you gotta share, baby. I promise you. You got something. No, Alterel, you're so right. Alterel, here's my thing. Do you think that there's a companion piece? And this is not me trying to put it all on you. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to just watch a Black man talk about light skinned people in a kind way, without like having something else to watch that like recenters the combo. Like, I don't know if that seems like stupid, but I think if someone's gonna say something that we might be fighting about, like we might have words about, I think it might be helpful to maybe get something also that we can stand behind, that we can uplift and support together. And again, a Black man talking about light skinned people and not implicating himself, that's a moment for me. I'm not gonna lie. Because I don't be talking about colorism without acknowledging moments like of my own colorist behavior. I feel like that's whack as fuck for me to be sitting up here and acting like, oh, I just always knew how to be a good person. I always knew like all this conversation. I knew where to go. I knew. No, I didn't. And again, like I'm not trying to go back. and rewrite history. I'm just trying to offer that I did not always value what Black women were saying because I thought that I was saying things, they're saying things, we're all saying things. Like that's how I was thinking about it. I thought I had something to add to the conversation in a particular way. And I've had to listen to find out that I didn't. And so, with that being said, I just want to invite people to hold that there's going to be moments where you actually should be a listener. You actually should be shutting everyone else up in the convo or in the moment in the room. You should be asking them to be quiet because your voice right now, we don't need to hear it. Your voice could be used to silence folk that are, again, being rude in the space, maybe being derogatory, maybe people who are talking so much, derailing from the message that's being shared. Like, I just think there's ways to use my voice that doesn't look like me trying to hijack the movement, hijack the sentiment. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, when I talk about colorism, I should throw myself out there too. Because, again, there's going to be deep, dark skinned people who hear light skinned people say, colorism is real. And then the next minute talking about being bullied, talking about being called wash and go, talking about being called high yellow, getting jumped by brown skinned girls. Like, again, us light skinned people will say something and then we'll go right back and say some shit that kind of lets you know you're not listening and you want to be a part of the conversation more than you want to listen. Pinkin, thank you for liking the videos. Oh, I didn't know. I don't think LeBron is just creating content to create content. But I do think that there are moments where I do expect folk to kind of come for us, light skinned people, and like keep their foot on our neck. And I think that his video seemed very, very white glove. Like it felt very like, let me do something. Like, let me be nice. Let me not get messy. And it was awkward for me because, again, like there are so many Black women making content about light skinned people, about colorism, not light skinned people, but colorism and how they're being affected by it. And it's the ways that like he decided to make a video where I feel like he was trying to put it on white people. That's why we're in power or we have power. And as a Black man, that's a moment to say what he's doing, how he's upheld colorism. Again, it's the way that colorism takes help. So I'm not sure why he failed to share his own experiences with perhaps perpetuating, but I think making this video could potentially be the moment, that maybe that's, I was in the comment section saying stuff. I wasn't being rude, but I was just kind of like, sir, like he had a moment where he was talking a hypothetical that like, light skinned people are getting profiled just as much as deep dark skinned people. And I'm like, we're not though. And again, it was awkward because again, like it's the ways that he was making conjectures that do need to be challenged because there are light skinned people and some brown skinned people and some dark skinned people who may think like us light skinned people are being harmed in the same way. We're not. But who's gonna say that, like us light skinned people don't like to say that we're okay. Like I'm not even trying to be shady, but to betray my light skin privilege, we really don't like to say we're okay. We really don't like to say everything's okay. We really don't like to just, acknowledge like what's going on. Like our reality is distorted. And again, it's the way that I said, like, white supremacy is white psychopathy. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't care if people are mad about that. I truly believe it's deeper than supremacy. It's psychopathy because white supremacy is a way to acknowledge it from, like, white supremacy. You only get a term like that in a white supremacist world. Like for them to say, yeah, that's what it is. It's white people being supreme. No, it's white psychopathy. It's white apathy. It's white, delusion, but it's not supremacy. It's not. But again, it's the way that even acknowledging the harm that they do, you have to call it something grand. It's so messy. We all love Meryl Streep. That's what it sounded like to me too. Yes, Alterella is here. I'm so grateful. And again, I'm trying to hold space for the fact that, like, I want to choose my words carefully because again, when I listen to Black women and I hear about how they've seen dark skinned men, brown skinned men, Black men use light skinned women, or say light skinned women are Black women, or say mixed women are Black women, or saying I like light skins, or saying like I don't date deep dark skinned women, like just the ways that like Black men have been complicit in the harm and the erasure of Black women, and the ways that again there was nothing in that. And again, to talk about light skinned people and be a brown skinned man, there was a part of me that's like, this is a waste of your time. Like, uplift your community. There are Black women making create. Talking is so funny. I want to say creative. I don't know why I'm saying create. Making creative masterpieces, like making amazing works of art, and like this is what you're doing. You're talking about light skinned people being empowered by white supremacy, and it almost felt like he was saying like, don't be too mean to light skinned people because they're only light skinned because white people said they were. And then acknowledging that like white people will use light skinned people to cause harm, to be complicit in anti-Blackness and erasure. And again, it's just the ways that like it seemed to me like he was more focused on, talking about how damn, white people are the reason why there's light skinned people, but also it's white people's fault that they're so powerful. It's not their fault. They didn't make themselves more powerful. And also, did you know that white people are more comfortable being anti-Black in front of them? And it's like, I don't know. It was a weird video to me. And again, if somebody would like to watch it, I'm down to watch it in the Discord for sure. I feel like, I don't know about tonight, just because I feel like I already got a headache coming on, bitch. And I just feel like, I don't know. Listening to men can already put you in a bad situation. So I can't do it tonight. But soon. You said Rachel True from The Craft is mixed and doesn't pass. True. But that's the thing, like Rachel True from The Craft, there are so many Black women I've heard, like Princess Weeks. Oh, if I could just shout out like Princess Weeks, like if you don't watch nobody else content today, bitch, please check out Princess Weeks. She makes so much great content. But so does Shan Spear. I feel like those are like my two like favorite channels, especially like the last few months. Like they've just created, again, just amazing masterpieces. But what I was trying to offer is that there are so many Black women who name Rachel True as like a very important Black girl icon, and acknowledging her as a biracial person or acknowledging her mixedness is something that I just feel like I've only recently seen done. And again, it's the way that like us mixed people, like especially depending on our phenotype, like we really do walk a fine line, it seems. And I can't explain why everybody doesn't say that they're mixed. But I can say that like the typecasting of certain mixed people, the way if you look like me with a wig on, they may not cast you to be like the Black lead in a historical film. And again, it makes me think about Mayowa's World's video, are there Black people, are there deep dark skinned people in the future? And that video really hit me kind of fucked up because it made me think about the ways that like they'll show deep dark skinned people historically. Like if they need to go back into time for a movie, like they like less now, but there's still moments where we can acknowledge like they wanted to find someone who looked like the person. But the more we get into people in the modern time, seemingly, or present, and then also future, they're showing light-skinned people, they're showing mixed people. And again, it's the way that people will use mixed as Black, but they'll never interchange Black with mixed. Like if they need someone to be mixed, they'll find light-skinned people. Like it's the way that they are not finding brown-skinned people to signify this is a mixed person, and that's the lens we're holding. So I also find that really fascinating. Also, somebody told me that like Denzel and Sidney Poitier are the same color, which I thought was really fascinating because I don't think so. But again, it's the ways that like there are so many times where black man is brown skin, not deep dark skin. But if he is deep dark skin, a lot of times we're time traveling to the past. And it's the ways that like when we see black women from the past, like we'll see deep dark skinned black women. But the more we come into the future, they're showing mixed women that are very clearly mixed. I don't disagree with you. We all love Meryl Streep. People hiding their mixedness is weird as hell. When Jai said that 1920s mixedness was different, I mean, was it? Like people were actively passing to look white. And now I think about what whiteness was in the early 1900s, like how like being like a brunette wasn't seen as like non being a brunette was seen as a part of whiteness. And now just knowing good and goddamn well that like when people are like assimilating, they go for like blonde highlights. Like it's the way that I've seen white people like go out of their way to be blonde, even though their hair is not naturally like that, but it's the way that like blonde hair on white women is seen as femininity in and of itself. It doesn't matter what else is going on. Like if you see, like it makes me think of like fucking Charlize Theron in Monster, like how she looks so fucking beat the fuck up, but she makes sure to keep that hair white damn blonde. And the ways that again, people will still see her as beautiful, as worthy, as still woman, but it's the cult. I remember someone did wrote a paper about blondness and white women in blonde and how like it's such a cult and like how buying some bleach can like change a white woman's life. And it's like I don't disagree because I remember when I got that ombre wig and people treated me better and it was like whoa, like I've never worn blonde, like never was like a blonde weave person. Like I feel like when I was doing like the glue-ins, I was never gluing blonde in my hair. Maybe some caramel streaks, maybe caramel streaks, but I never went blonde. But the first time I ever put on a blonde lace front, whoa, it's a very scary moment to notice. Even this red hair, like the way people go up for gingers, bitch, the way people love red hair, the way people love like this kind of hair, like this, not pin straight, not super curly, waves. It's the waves, bitch. Like people really love a wavy texture and they don't talk about it enough for me. I mean, Zendaya is absolutely being like, and that's another layer to this is that even though people know Zendaya is mixed and biracial, like very clearly claims it, like it's the way that like when somebody is showing up in the world a certain way, it's the way that like we really don't see them in their full like it's the way I never see Amanda Stenberg with her mixed parents. Like I never see her interracial relationship parents. I never see them as a unit. And I'd be wondering like what kind of life this is. And again, as a mixed person, I think about how, if I were to have a child with my partner, I think about how our child would probably look like Latin, probably to somebody like probably not black at all, but it's the ways that like they could also look white based on how many white people are in both of our lines and about how again how I or my partner could parent that child. Like let me be in a situation where I'm talking to my child very directly. Someone could really like call the police on me. Like I think about things like that a lot, like about how my mom was like abusing her brown children and nobody gave a fuck. And then as soon as my white passing brother got beat, that's when the police gave a fuck. And it's fascinating in retrospect to know that I called the police on my mom for years. And the only time it really like stuck was when my white passing brother had marks on him. Marks I and my browner skinned brother were never gonna have on us. When we got beat, our skin didn't bruise like that because we're not white passing. So it's the ways that, like, when you're white or white looking, people will really think, like, the danger that happens to you is more significant. Like, they saw his stomach, they saw the belt marks, they were more severe, it seemed. And again, I'm not trying to take away from the abuse that happened to him. What I'm trying to offer is, when you're not black, or when people don't think of you as black, because I think about that too, and how people thought of me as a black person. And so why wouldn't I think of myself the same way with a whole white passing mom who's saying she's black? She would say, like, I know I look white, but I'm black. And so that's what I would repeat to people. I know she looks white, but she's not. That's what I would say. Friends of mine, black friends of mine, would tell me, your mom can't be white. Like, they would be like, there's no way. And it will be off her cooking and the music she listened to and how she speaks. People would use those things, non-blackness, as her being black. They heard music that sounded black, tasted food that tasted seasoned, heard a white passing woman use AAVE, and boom. And again, it's the ways that, like, she would make sure I was telling people she's not white. So it takes help. It takes help. If I'm saying that my mom's not white and I'm saying I'm black, what am I doing? Erasing, causing harm. But who's going, like, and I'm not saying anyone's job to do this, but who's going to check that? Again, it's the ways that, like, when you have privilege, you're doing things that are causing harm. And who the fuck has the power that you have in community to even call you in or talk to you about your behavior? But also, who has time to do that for anybody doing something wayward? Again, it's the ways that it's a perfect storm where people who have way too much power in a community can say any fucking thing and distort who is in the community or not. that part, that part. The fetishizing of a child that hasn't even been in the world yet is really taking me out. But you know what though? Triangular manipulation. Thank you so much. And you know what though? There's another layer to this convo too, because there's been times where, like, I heard someone say, and it was a black woman say that, all men want to control something, but it's the way that black men feel more powerful when they're controlling something white. And so it's the way that some black men, I truly believe, are with non-black women for the control that they can assert, and the ways that the dominance will reap dividends. And I've seen it in real time. I've seen white women be controlled by black men, their money, their cars. I've seen black men use non-black women, and definitely were doing a lot better than by their damn self. But it's the way that they weren't respecting that woman. They were disrespecting that woman consistently. And again, the way that this woman may have been brought up to think, that's how black men need you to love them. And I think about that layer too, that there are some women of color who are non-black who may think, well, this black man's been through a lot, all this anti-blackness. Why wouldn't I give my man some support? I've seen it firsthand, like women who are non-black thinking, this black man needs me. I'm gonna be his mom now. No, there was a black man in Target literally the other day telling black women, I'll fuck you right now. You look so good, I'll fuck you right now. And then talking about, oh, it's a prank. Why are you in Target telling young black girls that you want to fuck them right now on camera and you're streaming and that should matter? Shit's weird. Hey Liz, thanks for hanging out. No, I'm not married yet, but I'm about to be. I'm about to marry my boyfriend. I love his ass. Not Paris Jackson is white as cocaine. That's how far back I am in the chat. Well, Paris Jackson in that movie Swarm of the series was making my head hurt, bitch, and my booty itch. Not, and that's a lot of white people. And see, that's the thing. That's the thing, Callus. Saying you can experience black culture without looking black. I'm not even sure what you're trying to tell me. Blackness is black people from America. Like, blackness is very regional. It's an ethnic group. And people don't want to talk about that enough. And it's frustrating because there are people like my father who came from Jamaica and assimilated into blackness, but didn't really like my dad only goes places where there's other Jamaicans. Like it's the way that like non-black American people who are deep dark skin come to America and already got spots to be at because black people have been here. Like they're like because black people paved the way. And again, it's the way that like my Jamaican family never once talked to me about black history, never once talked to me about none of that. Again, it's the ways that like even my white passing mama was never like, we gotta watch this movie. Like, let's talk about Fannie Lou Hamer. Like, that's not happening in that household. So again, it's the ways that like I grew up thinking I was a black person. Meanwhile, I'm a whole mixed person, and I'm also a first generation Jamaican American on my dad's side concerned. So there's layers to the combos about, who is black, but finding out that I'm not a black person, it happened within the last like 6 years. But again, this is not me trying to make it seem like, I didn't know my mom was white passing. She was fighting tooth and nail to be black. It's the manipulation for me. It's the way I was living next to a whole white passing woman, a whole Mariah Carey who was acting as if like I should know that she's black, and she would be very upset if she found out I told people she was white. And there were times where I just said she was white because it's easier than trying to explain that she's a octoroon. It was a lot harder for me to explain that as a child. So I would just say, yeah. When someone said, "Is that your white mama?" Sure, because I'm not about to explain to you this bitch 13 essential spices and seasonings for what? What does that matter to any of you? Hey, Aqua Cutie. What time is it? It's 8. Not use my voice to go to my local GameStop. Thank you, Patricia. Sophia, you better. What you smoking, Sophia? Thank you. I wash my face with Castile soap so I feel extra clean. And then I also put on some RSO butter with shea butter, coconut oil, and jojoba. So I'm feeling cute, feeling great. I do follow Maya's World. She is honestly my OG. I don't know how the fuck I was out here without her. Like, literally don't know what I would do without her content. I watch her content like all the time. Like, I literally have watched some of her videos at least 5 times at this point because it's like, damn, Maya, thank you. Like, again, the conversations that Maya was able to foster on her channel are just chef's kiss. I really hope that she creates like a digital platform, like a Patreon, not a Patreon, excuse me, a Discord. I mean, I hope she does both. But I'm just saying, like, I would really love to see like how she holds court in her space because she just seems so effervescent and so like, like she just got such a spirit about her, and I'm so grateful I get to perceive her. And I don't know, seeing her makeup journey has been really cool too, because I just remember when she first started and like seeing some of the looks that she's come out with recently. It's like, okay, technique. It's just been really, really exciting to watch her grow. Um, yeah, 83 and Pat, you're not wrong. The hierarchy of mixed people in black spaces is real. And again, I'm not saying that Mr. LeBron is wrong. Like, white people did install us in black spaces for sure. But we also have to talk about the black folk that are colluding, the black cis men that collude, and us mixed people, because we're a part of the system as well. We're not just random bits and pieces. We are the players moving on the board created by the white people. So that means we have agency, does it not? Aqua, that's a bar. The amount of my fellow light skinned mixed people saying that colorism is happening to them, we're not doing good. We're not doing good. And again, it's the way that like us light skinned people will have a story about somebody. And I want to say this so delicately because I know some people won't get it. But what I'm trying to offer is this: we live in a world that literally hates black people, deep dark skinned people. Not like we're not going to play and make it seem like when bodies are getting killed, shot up, we're not noticing a pattern. It's not us light skinned people. It's not. So for us to ever notice that somebody said something before they bopped us, or that they, again, it's giving propaganda. It's like, so you saw somebody get bopped after getting called wash and go, and you think that that was some sort of systemic attack. Again, it's the way that I'm not saying ever that I think all deep dark skinned people are out here bopping folk. But I understand why they would be. Like, I don't want to ever play games with folk and act like I don't understand like why people will be upset to see a lighter skinned person, period. Again, it's the way we live in a world that hates deep dark skinned people. I can hold that there are going to be deep dark skinned people who hates everybody the fuck else. I'm gonna hold that. And again, it's the way that like I'm sure not to talk about baddies and Zeus Network too much, but I know that apparently Rolly, the lighter, the brown skin. I don't know if Rolly is lighter skin. I'll just look her up. Cause listen, I'm trying to bring up the conversation from a fatphobia point of view, and I'm not trying to do too much. I'm not trying to do too much. But yeah, Rolly versus Slim. Eh. I mean, I'll say this. I'm team nobody. But I'll say this. I'll say, like, if I see a fat person dragging a thin person, am I gonna automatically be like, stop? That's thin phobia. No. But I am gonna hold that like that fat person bullying that thin person is not something that's happening every fucking day. Sure isn't. And low key, I hate to say this, we're going to see marginalized people do shit, and it's just going to be like marginalization on its head. We're not going to be seeing something revolutionary. We may be seeing something rebellious, but we're not seeing something newfangled, new aged. And again, it's the way that let somebody privileged do something that the marginalized do. People will really think like, oh, this is it. Something revolutionary is happening, and it couldn't be because the privileged person is doing it. That's what neutralizes it. And so I'm saying all of this to say that like when us lighter skinned people get beat up and somebody says, you light skinned bitch, you yellow bitch, like that is not them being a colorist towards light skinned people. When people say I don't really fuck with light skins, that's not someone being colorist against light skinned people. It can be prejudice, but I feel like even saying prejudice seems silly because I truly believe that at this point in career, 35 years in, I'm sure there are so many annoying ass light skinned people who are violent as fuck, and we literally think we're more annoying than violent. And so, as a lighter skinned person who I'm pretty sure is more violent than annoying, I'm gonna hold that I'm sure I do not know all the ways I've been harmful. And so I would never sit here and try to say somebody deep dark skin or somebody brown skin or somebody black. being upset about a mixed person or a lighter skinned person in their space is something that's going to really move me to say, like, yeah, that's another system of harm. It's not. It's a response. If you really want to go there, it's a response. It's in the same way that there are going to be white girls now who grow up with little black girls in their class who don't invite them to shit. Like, there's gonna be little white girls in classes wondering why they're not invited to the birthday party of the black girlie in their class. Girlie, she don't like you. She don't trust you. You don't acknowledge her. You don't treat her well. She doesn't want you to come. Again, it's the ways that like they're going as more black folks are allowing their children to be aware of, just the politics of white supremacy and how it's going. There's going to be more black folk who absolutely remove themselves from being around white people. Just like there's going to be white people who assume black people are kicking us out of stuff and like not letting us be places. Like again, there's going to be white people who really think like black folks not smiling all up in their face is harm. When the privilege loses the part of privilege, like when the privilege loses some of their hold, it can feel like something bad's happening to you. That's why Donald Trump is in office. White people have actively been complaining about seeing non-white people on TV in ads. That is a real big moment for me when I saw white people being like, I'm seeing not enough us on TV. And it's like, y'all are 7% of the world's population. You're actively trying to make your numbers go up. And so you're showing everybody that you're the best. And it's still not working. Birth rate's still low. White exceptionalism is in the toilet. A lot of white people are realizing that whiteness is a propaganda. They're realizing it's propaganda. And so again, what do you do next? A lot of younger white people are realizing like, damn, whiteness just means that the police aren't after me. Whiteness just means I'm not being dehumanized. Oh shit. Like it's a lot of white people coming to a realization that the world they live in was on easy mode and everybody else on hard mode. And that's why people are mad. So to bring it back to the convo, when us light-skinned people start to hold what is happening to deep dark-skinned people, there's going to be a lot more of us that actually will say, kick her again. Get her. Get her. And that's where I'm at. And I know I've heard people say that I was, what was it? That I was a self-hater, that I have internalized self-hate around being light-skinned. And I was very surprised by that because I'm actually one of those light-skinned people who never really genuinely thought like, oh, I'm light-skinned, I'm something. Like because I'm fat and because I grew up like being told I was ugly, I was pretty sure I was gonna be ugly until I died. So I was pretty much just like, like I wasn't in competition with nobody. I was pretty sure I was always the ugly one. You feel me? So I want to be super candid that I didn't even think, oh wow, like I could be more marginalized. In my mind, I'm like, bitch, I'm fat and ugly. Damn, it's about to be rough for me out here. Fuck, and I have hyperpigmentation. Damn. And the hyperpigmentation on the side of my face was much darker. So I had like really dark, like pork chop shaped, like brown marks. And again, it's the ways that I like, there's no makeup when you're a kid. There's no, bitch, I had eczema. Bitch, I had everything as a kid. Bitch, I had chicken pox as a kid. Bitch, I was the last kids that got chicken pox, bitch. And yeah, that shingles commercial is from my generation. The elders. Yeah, I'm getting shingles, bitch. I got shingles. Yeah. So with that being said, I really was never sitting up here like, but I will hold that there are absolutely light-skinned people I've heard my entire life say like light skin as if it means pretty. Say mixed exotical as if it means pretty. And again, it's the ways that I would think to myself, how did you get there? Because again, I'm being socialized as if I'm a black person. So I'm just like, well, I'm not exotical. Like, I'm not like my hair is like in the fours. I'm not feeling different. I'm not. But again, it's the ways that I was being manipulated by a white passing bitch. So of course, compared to her, of course I'm black. If she's black, of course I'm black. And again, it's the ways that white passing people, me, a multi-generationally mixed person, meaning every every everybody in my family is mixed. My mom mixed self fucked my dad mixed self. Before that, my grandpa mixed self fucked my white granny, well, white self. So again, another mixed layer. Behind that, my grandpa's father, biracial, with a black woman. Beyond that, my grandfather's black father, white mother, or white mother, black father. Again, it's the ways that my family's been mixing for multiple generations. And so while I thought of myself as mostly black at some point, I have to hold that I'm mostly mixed. And so, with that being said, the way that I talk about people, the way I talk about myself, and getting back to the Tyler combo, if Tyler came out and said, "Hey, I have ancestry from this tribe, I have ancestry from this place," she could have really been the mixed person that just says where all her people was from and just kept it cute. But instead of that, like her team wanted to double down on an ethnicity that's actually quite exclusive. And so, with that being said, like it's the way that Black American identity is privileged and not. And the ways that you have to hold yourself when you have privilege and you don't. Like a lot of people have privilege in some ways and they don't in other ways. But the ways that some of us who are oppressed or marginalized may only really hold that we're oppressed. And so I'm trying to remind myself, like in moments where I could be talking about the white man, the oppressor, I gotta implicate myself, my people. I gotta implicate people that I come across. I gotta implicate moments that, people said stuff and I didn't check their ass because in that moment, I'm thinking, they've internalized anti-blackness. I'm not holding that they feel safe to be anti-black in front of me. There's layers to these combos. I'm behind in chat, but I'm reading them all. Ooh. And you know what? I think about how I wish I thought my dad was just like a Uber driver or something. Like it hurts when you know that your dad abandoned you and you know who he is. Like I just feel like there's something about that that's so eviscerating. Like I really wish my mom would have kept it a secret. Like I'm so jealous of girlies that like literally don't know who the fuck their daddy is. I'm so jealous. And I know somebody might say like that sucks for this or that reason. I hear you. But what I'm experiencing is knowing exactly where that man is at, knowing exactly what he's doing, ignoring me, not treating me well. It's like it's hard to know a man's full name, birth certificate, social security number. Like you got all this information and you don't got nothing else. Yikes. Like I really wish I had a blank space on that motherfucker for so bad. Brayley, not you bringing up the Roach titty milk again. I'm so sorry for anyone that was shook. 80s and 90s, no one cared about color. That's a lie. That's a lie. If nobody cared about color, the WB wouldn't have looked like that. And you know what? Maya's World has a video called like "Stop Saying the 90s Were Better" for Black women. Stop saying the 90s were better regarding colorism, because that's not true. The anti-blackness and colorism in the 80s and 90s was just shopped to us as entertainment. By the time the 2000s roll around, people start having discourse and it gets harder for you to do certain things on camera, like have a TV show where you have a black man with a mixed woman constantly berating her deep dark skinned best friend and calling her animalistic names. You can't have that today. You could try, but no one's watching that shit. And again, is it because we now know it's a bad thing to do? Or is it because it's just not happening? Again, it's the ways that like certain stuff ain't happening right now, but it don't mean that people know that it's fucked up to do that. It's the way that the discourse around the show Martin is just very like people still think Martin's a great show, and it's awkward because it's like, I think we can be appreciative of Martin Lawrence's career and acknowledge that like he actually created a show where the dynamic of light-skinned best friend, dark-skinned best friend, and a man making fun of the dark-skinned best friend dynamic And there are so many moments online where I've seen Black women be candid about how they've lived through that. And so shit is not funny to me at this point. I really can't even bring myself to watch Martin because I feel like at this point, I'm just always waiting for him to be dehumanizing to somebody. And again, it's the ways that I watch so many sketch comics and like so much of their comedy is let's make fun of people. It's like there's so much stuff to make fun of that's not people that's already getting treated like shit. But that's really what it is. Like the comedy is very rare, like making fun of white people. But and I feel like that's why, like, I'm not trying to give this man a shout out, but there's this one white comedian that I watch, and he has a couple of sketches where he makes fun of white people, but he still has mad sketches that are making fun of like people of color or like using people of color as like props as characters. And it's awkward as fuck because it's like, sir, like man, like comedy to some people is just like making people feel like shit. And I hate that about comedy. I love comedy that makes you really think or makes you really like more mad about a system of harm. Like comedy that got me like looking at people like they're ugly. Like, girl, we've had enough. Like, I just feel like, haven't we all had enough? Like, I've had enough. I've really had enough. And again, I say that as a person that like puts on wigs and shit and like gets to the beauty because I'm paying for it. But with or without the wig, I still like myself. Am I taking the wig off now? No. And the only reason why I'm not is because, bitch, first of all, I already know the hat has already done something to it. Second of all, this wig is tight as fuck, and I already know I got a line on my head, bitch. I'm gonna just keep that line to myself. But with that being said, it's the way that like growing up, it didn't matter that people told my family told me I was cute. Everybody else told me I'm fucking ugly. And it's the way that like when people tell you you're ugly, you really be like, damn, like let me just shut the fuck up then. Like woo. And it's the way that like feeling like the ugly one in the friend group, feeling like the one that stink, feeling like the one that like should just be quiet because the friends ain't never looking at you. Like again, I'm not trying to sit up here and act like, oh, my life is so bad. But like the ways that like I was really being told by the behavior of everyone around me, bitch, you're not white, so be quiet. And again, it's the way that when I put on a wig, people start acting like they can see me and hear me. Bitch, I bought 5 wigs. I bought 1,000. I'm like, wait, people can actually see me now? Oh my God. Now I use the wigs. You know what I mean? Because I know, again, it's the way that, you know, you have a wig, it's a titty crack. It's the way people come into the live. It's so crazy. But again, it's the ways that like I know the wig really does give me something in this world that really tells me all the time that I deserve nothing. And is that a crime? I don't think so. But I do think there was a moment where I was like so caught up in like wearing wigs that I literally was like having anxiety about having to do a reveal. And that's honestly my biggest hang up about wigs is like the way that like it can look too good. And nobody talks about that. We don't talk about that. The ways the wig can look too good, and then now you scared to take it off, and now you going on 3 months, same wig, you locked into a hairstyle because somebody think it's real. It's just the way my features plus wig, people just treat me like so much better. And again, I know I told y'all before I've been catfishing online, just like taking mad filtered pictures with a titty crack, just being like, hey, let's go to dinner. Cause like, girl, I'm gonna rob one of these men. But that's beside the point. What I'm trying to offer is that like without this wig, my natural hair, sweetie, it's the way that like these men will really treat me like I'm ugly unless it's done a very certain way. Unless it's adorned with flowers and all types of it's the way that like I'm hyper aware that like if I don't perform beauty, then people will really tell me like shut the fuck up, and other people will laugh and other people will think it's funny. It's only when like you're like seen as beautiful is when like people are like, wait, let that beautiful girl finish her point. And it's like, damn, it's the way that if you're an ugly girl, you're supposed to just be quiet and get talked all over. Again, it's the way that like some of our behaviors, because we already know what would happen if we didn't do the shit. We already know what would happen if we didn't wear the wig to the job interview. We already know. And again, it's the way that we really don't know what would happen, but we think we know. And even that, even feeling like this shit is like, could be a no because of your natural self. Again, it's hell. It's very demonic. And again, the way that we don't really know why or when some anti-black shit is gonna fucking set us back or hurt us. And the ways that people will rather talk about, oh, well, one time this person who is marginalized, said that, I was privileged and they were mad at me. And it's like, yeah, that's not a story to tell. There's nothing in that story. Like, someone was mad because you are embodying the privilege that you have. I feel like it's reasonable. Again, I'm saying this as someone who is sure that there are deep dark skinned people who are like, I wish that bitch would shut the fuck up. And it's valid. Like, I'm sure that to a deep dark skinned person, I don't really have much to offer. I'm okay with that. But everybody else making peace with that they don't have much to offer black folk other than listening and money. Man, black folk can't even say that they don't want to fucking march. Black folk can't even say that they don't want to march, and folks are mad. Like, I don't know if folks can handle black autonomy, and I don't even know why I'm saying I don't know. Bitch, I know. Like, I know they can't. That's the main issues we're dealing with collectively, is the lack of motherfucking listening to black people and just holding space for what they're feeling and saying. I love a ginger man too. James, you said you don't like when you're white and dress like a black man and get ridiculed. My question is, what does a black man dress like? Tell me more. Hey, Jesse, I hope you're doing well. No, the mods are doing amazing. What up, Specialista? I'm crying. No, my fingers are big. I have big hands. You said you're Irish. Do I call you white people? Yes. Irish is white. Actually, a good book to read is How the Irish Became White. Great book to read, truly. Raj, how to overcome a breakup. Between me and you, feel your feelings, grieve that loss, allow yourself to feel all that pain that you're feeling. Don't hold back. If you need to cry to your favorite CD, I hope you do. I'm so old, bitch. I know you don't have a CD. I'm so sorry. If you need to cry to your favorite playlist, please do. Do not hold back your tears. Allow yourself to weep and grieve. If more of us grieved our ex-partners and the loves that, didn't get to live another day, another week, maybe we would go into connections with people and hold that, like, this shit is, none of this is promised. Like, no one is promised to us. Like, we are not promised to anybody. If somebody wants to be in our life, what a fucking joy. But if somebody wants to leave it, that can be pain, but it can also be joy in a different way. Like, just like how you think you're gonna be with this person for a long time and you are not. What is the universe trying to offer you? Like, what is now out the way besides that person in that relationship? What can now live now that something might have, transitioned out? It don't gotta be the end of the world, friend. It could just be the end of a world. Some worlds have to end for new worlds to begin. Just keep that in mind. Hey from England. What up, Mr. Wilson? If I could, if you told me I could change anything, what is the first thing I think? I think of changing capitalism. I think of deleting the system that we live in. Because if all of us worked 15 hours a day, we could have a better world. But there are 1% of the universe, 1% of the entire globe that wants to have yachts, that wants to be better than everybody else. And again, that's why I think, like, we live in a psychopathy. Like, can you imagine, like, a couple fish being like, fuck it, we're gonna poison all the waterways, y'all gonna work for us now? Like, can you imagine, like, any other species living how we're living? Whoa, like, science would be so confounded. Like, imagine a documentary where, like, another species observed us, Again, I don't want to do too much because last time I had this comment with you, I was talking about what if snakes were like the dominant species, and whenever you turn on the radio, you just hear. And instruments that like snakes created. I don't know, bitch. I was really high on that one. But again, it's the way that we're alive in this time, and there's so much information at the same place. Think about it. Me and you, we're both at the same motherfucking Arby's tonight, bitch. Isn't that crazy? We're both at the same motherfucking sock hop. We're both at the same cookout right the fuck now in digital space. We can all connect together right now. No other time in human history was this possible. Like, let this many people be somewhere. The government want to know, and shit, they probably do. And again, it's the way that being online like makes you so accessible, but for what, you know? It's the way some people come online, and the whole point is just to, I don't know. I don't know. My whole point is just to have some fucking social time sometimes, because I'll be thinking a lot of stuff. And I can't tell everybody what I think, bitch, because I'll go to jail. I'll go somewhere. They'll put me somewhere, sweetie. I can't say all of this everywhere. You said you're behind in the live? I mean, we were talking about Drake vocal point with Elisa. Hey, baby, I'm glad you made it. We were talking about Drake. Somebody was bringing up FD Signifier, who, again, I think FD Signifier has some great videos. Like, I'll never forget that video, Kanye, We Miss You. Because, like, on one hand, it was exciting to watch the video because it, like, in ways, it's like, I don't want to say I miss Kanye. I don't know him. But I want to say that, like, I miss the life I thought I was living. You know, I think that's the bigger truth. Is like I miss thinking that, like, listening to Kanye, I miss thinking something revolutionary was happening truly. Like I miss like the naivete of being in my late teens, early 20s and watching a black man rise to power in a particular way. I miss thinking that Kanye was someone to root for. I miss that. But him, I don't know that I ever knew him. And I think even the way he's talking, I don't know. But I have mad layers to this combo as well because I found out about this thing called the Last Supper Club. I don't know if anybody's aware, but there was a man who has bipolar disorder and he's actually planning on killing himself. But before he dies, he wanted to have dinner with people as kind of like a last goodbye kind of thing because he's actually going to get state assisted suicide. And so what that is basically you can pay for a doctor to medically inject you and you can be dead whenever you like. And again, I know some people may not be a fan of state assisted suicide, and I'm gonna be candid with you. I don't think that and I'm biased. I'm biased when I say this, but I'm biased. I'm just gonna say that again. But there's something about a black man telling the state, like, yes, like this is when I'm gonna be ready for you to kill me. Like, there's just something about that I'm sure to somebody is revolutionary. I'm sure, but for me, it definitely has me like, damn, you know, like. And again, there's layers to this combo. He also has bipolar disorder. And so there's this idea that, like, you know, his life isn't going to be of a great quality because of mental health issues and also lack of support, lack of care. And so being able to be in control of like leaving this earth is like part of, you know, perhaps maintaining a better mental health. I'm not sure. What I'm going to offer though is that the idea that like him choosing when to leave and then also deciding to have dinner with people all over the world before he leaves and sharing his philosophy on, you know, the choice to choose when to go. Again, in some ways, I do see the power. I do. But at the same time, fuck the state. I'm taking your life. Who loves who more than a neighbor? Who thinks who is a god? Thank you, Braylee. Listen, I appreciate people saying that I'm not ugly, but I just want y'all to know that it's not about like people actually being ugly. Like I just want to put that out there. Like I just wanna say that like super genuinely. Like I genuinely don't think that that makes sense. Um because yeah, I don't want to say that I don't think anybody is ugly because baby, we all got ideas on who we think is cute and who's not cute. But what I will say is it's the way that like when you think you're ugly, like it's not just you organically thinking you're ugly. It takes help. Like the idea of beauty, like the performance of beauty, the mask of beauty, like it's the way that I know just dressed like this, someone's gonna think I'm attractive. It don't matter how many. But being aware of like a certain look that you can put together that people would accept is a thing. Just like I know that if I have my hair natural, there are gonna be people who make fun of me and be mean as fuck to me. And like some days I'm good. Some days I'm good on that. And again, it's the ways that like, do I hate my natural hair because I'm not sharing it with you today? No. But it's the ways that like autonomy with our bodies is not offered. And so we might think like, yeah, I look cute to myself, but people are going to bombard your thought process. People are going to pop up and tell you what they think you should feel because of how they feel about you. And so that's my thought process as well. Is like I know that ugliness is person to person. There's gonna be people who think that I'm cute as fuck. There's gonna be people who think I'm ugly, and that doesn't matter to me really. But would I'd be a liar if I said it doesn't matter at all. Because again, it's the way that like you can tell on people's face when people think you're ugly, and we don't talk about that enough because people don't like to hear ugly people talk. But when I'm dressed in my wig and my hair hat, I could say shit like this. And people will maybe not feel me because they'll be like, well, you're doing all this. And it's like, yeah, because again, like the fear of being ugly is real. And I want to just hold that so realistically that like I know that just being fat, I'm ugly to somebody. Like I want to hold that right then and there. Just being fat means I'm ugly to somebody. Right then and there, whole groups of people just not gonna fuck with me because I'm fat. Then then, on top of being fat, I'm not hyper feminine. I'll wear the clothes, I'll buy the shoes, I'll put on an eyelash or a mascara every now and then, but I'm not going to truly minimize myself, nor am I going to do X, Y, or Z that a lot of men think is femininity. So, with that being said, ugliness, I already know it's on the table, sweetie. I already know it's on the table for me to be ugly. And so, with that being said, I want to hold that like it's the way that pretty it feels, at least to me, like work. Like I don't wake up thinking like, oh damn, I look so fucking cute. Fuck no. When I wake up, I think I look like a troll doll, bitch. Like my hair is a poof. My bonnet probably fell off. And again, it's the way that like when we think of like who's beautiful, who's pretty, I can name a bunch of people, but that doesn't really matter because, like, when we talk about beauty, essentially, we're talking about ourselves. We're talking about whether or not we feel like we live there or not. And again, when I have this hair hat on, yeah, I guess I could be pretty today. But again, it's the ways that, like, pretty is such a beautiful, such a affirmative, such a definite. And again, the ways that, like, I hear, like, I love New York, Tiffany Pollard, like Gorgeous Devours Cute, like that kind of thinking. Like it makes me think about how being a woman is about like diminishing and making things smaller, but also like attacking, like that's another layer to this is that like being beautiful and trying to be or even like trying to see trying to be told that as well. Like I think about that layer as well. Like I have people tell me that I'm beautiful, and sometimes I wonder if they want me to say it back. And like I feel bad because like I don't usually lead like that. Like I'm not usually like people will tell me a lot of times like you're so gorgeous, you're so pretty, and I'm like thank you, but like again, like it's the ways that like I know it's with an asterisk because it's like I have a wig on, I have makeup on. Like I had a guy swipe on me and be like, do you have any photos without filters? And I was dying laughing. I was like, that's why you swiped. You just swiped to ask me if like I have any photos where I'm not like edited. And he was like, yeah, like if I'm gonna date you, I want to see what you really look like. And it's like true, but like the thing that had me so dead was like, damn, like he's really like he really swept on me. No hello, no how are you, just wanted to know like are there photos of you where like you're not using like enhancements to look hotter. And it was just like nah, like I'm not going to give you any more photos of me, sir. You're already not appreciating the photos you have. But again, it's the way that I knew I edited those photos very heavily because I am absolutely trying to catfish, bitch. I done told y'all that. But it's the way that he really tried to do a gotcha on me as a first message on a dating site. When it's like, girl, if you are thinking that the photos are edited very much and you don't like that, why talk to the girl? But it's the way that like these men really just. And again, it's the way that like most of my messages are like, hey gorgeous, hey gorgeous, hey gorgeous, hey beautiful. There was one where this dude was like, you're beautiful as fuck. I bet you're crazy as hell. And I was dying because I was like, girl, I don't even want to talk to you, but you're hilarious, man. But again, it's the way that like men will talk to me and tell me I'm beautiful, and then I'll just have a moment where I'm like, yeah, but like I'm beautiful to them in this photograph. Like I feel like that's the thing about beauty too, is like it really depends. Like, bitch, not to bring up the pop the balloon shit again, but it's the way that this man popped this girl balloon because she had an ashy ankle. Like, he literally looked at her like she looked amazing. And he was like, it's this one little thing, but your left ankle, you missed the spot on moisturizer. And I'm like, and keep in mind, just because I'm already fat, like I already know like I'll be ugly to somebody. And it's just the way that like because I'm fat, because I know I'll be ugly to somebody, like I know that that skinny woman being seen as like ashy, even a little bit. It's just the way that sometimes I know based on how a man treats a skinny woman, oh, he about to eat me up. He about to destroy me, bitch. I'll just get away. How do I feel about the LGBTQ community? I'm a part of the LGBTQ. I'm an agender person. I'm also queer. I just date a lot of cis men, but in my mind, I feel like this is gonna sound how it sounds, but I feel like I'm more masculine when I'm with femmes, and I'm more femme when I'm with masc people. And so I feel like there's almost like this way of existing with femmes that I feel like can be a little, I don't know. Like there's just moments where I feel like there's a lot of pressure, like when I'm with a femme person. And again, it's the way that like I'm not ready to die. Like even though I'm not really trying to be here for a long time, I'm just saying like I'm not ready to get beat up. And I just feel like the way that the queer phobia has been rising, I've not had too much gay antagonism. I've had some, but it's the way that like it was my family. And again, it's the way that like I know that there's so many people that have family members who like think that they're like they could beat you into being straight, beat you into being fucking not gay, beat you into not being trans. Like this boy, a minor, just put his father in jail for strangulation, all because he wore makeup. His father beat him up because he wore makeup, and now he is in motherfucking prison, bitch. Federal. And again, it's the way that like the people in the comments were like, you gotta do something, you gotta do something. It's like you gotta strangle your child because they're gay. Again, I know I'm off many topics, but it's the way that like when you're a queer person, people really think they can beat on you and hit on you, and especially if you're a man. It's the way that when men are queer and gay, it's the way other men think like this is the one I'm gonna beat up on, and it's awkward because again, being queer doesn't mean that you're soft, but it's the way that so many queer people have had to learn how to fight, like because they were in danger just for existing, just for not performing in the way straight people are supposed to, and the ways that like I grew up seeing men be treated better, and so I emulated a lot of masculine behavior, and because of that, I was thought to be gay. And I literally was dying laughing because it's like, I mean, I don't even know what gay is, but I'm supposed to be gay because I'm not performing like a little girl. Meanwhile, when the fuck was I ever going to be allowed to be a little girl? I have to hold that too. That, like, in my family dynamic, I was the oldest of three. My mom's a crackhead and she's abusive. I was another mom. Shit. I was community watch. I was so many things. I never got to be a kid. And it's the way that, like, some people don't think about that. That some of us don't get to be kids. Some of us are babysitters, chefs. Some of us are so many things to our family, but we never part of them. Like, for real, like you're supposed to be as a kid. Um, Gianna, we are just talking about everything. I hope you're having a good night. Mm. You know what? Going back to Martin, the show, Martin clearly was insecure. Like, it's the way that, like, if you watch shows you used to watch back in the back, you'll actually pick up on so much other shit. Like, it's the way that I'm like, damn, Gina, like, you really were insecure too. Cause I could never imagine, like, my man making fun of my friend and we're not jumping him. And we're not jumping him, tying him up, putting him in a closet and spending all his money together. Like, I just can't imagine that dynamic. But again, I'm trying to just also hold that, like, I've barely dated black men. And so most white men aren't going to make fun of your best friend from my experience. Asterisk. I've not had that experience with a white man making fun of my friend ever in life. If anything, I feel like they were slightly intimidated to bother my friend because they knew how much I love my friends and how much I actually would just be like, you're whack. I choose my friends. So, with that being said, I don't know what that's like to have a friend that you treat like that because that seems like you don't deserve a friend, low key, high key. But Gina is clearly insecure as fuck because why would you be comfortable with that happening to your friend? And then also like you're living with this man, so it's very much giving like, and also like he was working on the radio. I'm not trying to be funny, but I know that Gina made more money than Martin. No shade, but it's the way that like Gina made more money than Martin, seemingly, but he was always making fun of Pam like she don't got no business. Meanwhile, she was always booked and busy, always looking amazing. Like Pam, like that's another thing too. It's like you could tell that like they didn't put as much in Pam's wardrobe as Gina's too. Because I feel like Gina, when I think back, I just remember her wearing a lot of bright colors, a lot of architecturally. Like I just remember them really putting her together. And I just noticed like Pam would just kind of pop up. And I'm not saying that she never looked good. What I'm saying is the money for the wardrobe was very different. And again, it's the way that like it almost supported him like shitting on her. Cause it's like, damn, like Cole and motherfucking no shade to the other one. I'm forgetting about him. Tommy, like Tommy and Cole, like they was just wearing tall tees. Like I don't know where the budget went. Probably all to Gina and motherfucking Martin. But it's just like, sweetie, like your best friend comes to your man house to kick it with both of you, seemingly, and your man is being a bug and ugly. And then her dating Tommy was weird because it's like Tommy, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Cause like you should have been slapped the shit out of Martin if you ever wanted to fuck me. Like that's my thought process. It's like if you ever wanted to fuck me, you would have been clocked this man. Get the fuck out of here. Like that was insane to me. Mm, no, like defending people will get you banned so quick. It's so sick. Okay, here's my thing. If we're all one, how come y'all are not doing anything to make sure that white people know that? Like that's what always bothers me about white people who say shit like that. If you know this, if you know the truth is that we're all related to, we're all descended from Africa. We all are the same species. Where are you, girl? Like, get out there. Get in the street, ho. For real. Knock on doors if you have to. Like, go door to door. But it's a lot of your fellow whites don't realize that. So I really hope you talk to them. Latin is not a race. I just want to put that out there right now. Like, there are a lot of people who love to think like Latino people are some race in between black and white, and they're not. There are a lot of mixed people in the Latinidad because Latinos, the conquistadors, look it up, look up the conquistadors, baby. They were the white colonizers who was fucking on brown people and creating mixed people. It's mad, man. Like I'm telling you, that's where I'm at this point. It's black and white that really exist in terms of like, and then everybody else is mixed as fuck, and it's unfortunate because we don't talk about that enough, and that is why like it's so frustrating because there are so many mixed people in the middle of conversations that they need to move. Like we need to move. Like us mixed people be in the middle of the conversation, making it so dramatic. A white refrigerator, Kenya. I'm crying. Let's go and get you a home, girl. You got me crying. Not thimbleberry. I'm smoking wedding cake. It's getting me hungry. I'm so excited to eat. I think I'm gonna make some bacon. I think the movie's called I Care a Lot. And that's the thing, like he wants to leave the earth, which I don't blame him. But like allowing the state to kill you, I don't know, bro. I just feel like if I were going to ask like someone to help me, I feel like I'd want to like eat a bunch of rice and glitter and just explode like a beautiful firework. Like that's what I would want. Like I'd want to do that death. I feel like that's the coolest death to me is firework explosion from way too much rice inside of my belly. Thank you. No, the wig really, and you won't even like, bitch. She was $30. Now, don't get me wrong. I know she looked ate up on top, but sweetie, once I really like customize her, like she could be somebody. She got a hairline. She got something. But she my little hat wig. She my little, it's like wearing two hats in winter. I don't wanna from my last front to dread up. Sweetie, she's still moving though. She's still moving. She's still moving. Ah. Uh, I'm crying, not your chihuahua watching, princess. You're adorable. Isaac, being socially viewed as ugly sucks. It's either conform or be crushed. Resisting being crushed builds an unbreakable character. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I also think that it's real to desire to not be marginalized. Like I know that some people don't want to hear that shit, but I think it's okay to not want to be going through what the fuck people are putting you through. I think about that. Like I think about the people getting like Botox and surgeries and stuff to like look younger. And it's like duh. Like our world hates old people. Duh. Like I'm not gonna shame anybody for wanting to look young. Our world literally only values you as long as you're not wrinkly. Like as long as you're not like showing the life you've lived, which is so ironic, ain't it? Like the older you get, the less worthy of listening to. The world is so fucking cruel. They want us all very goofy. Married by 21, 2.5 kids by 25, bitch. Oh man, they want things that you can't take back. Erica, thank you for hanging out. Again, I want to just shout out some people that I've learned a lot from because, again, their content has kept me alive. One of my favorite content creators is Ayanda Stood. They have a video called, it used to be called um, Why Consistency Isn't Real. But now it's called, Of Course You're Not Consistent, You're Not a Machine. It's AYANDASTOOD. I understood, or I understood. Maya's World, we talked about her a little bit. Her content's been really delicious. Oh, MAYOWASWORLD. I'm really a big fan of the way that Kidology's content has been coming out recently. Kidology put out some content recently about Ozempic and how people with fatter faces are looking younger and how Ozempic is actually aging people in ways. Who else? It's Keisha. ITZKEISHA. Oh, her content is delicious. Ooh, ooh. Eric. Is it Eric? Andrewism. ANDREWISM. Andrewism's videos. Ooh. And again, I want to be so. I want to just be professional when I say this. The Caribbean accent, the Marxist lens. This man's killing me. I'm dying. I'm not okay. Ooh, I love strawberries so fucking much. Hey, what up, Vernon? I love weed. Weed is my family. I appreciate people saying that I'm not ugly, but I promise you that being ugly is a personal thing. Like, I think that that's another layer to, like, being ugly is, like, it's personal. Like, I think it's so fucking personal. Like, it's so personal that, like, people can tell you you're beautiful and it doesn't matter. That's how personal ugliness is. It doesn't require it to be true. Like, that's the thing about ugly. It's not real, but it feels real. Because even if I think someone's, like, not cute to me, I'm not analyzing why. I'm going about my business. But it's the way that, like, man, it's the way that white supremacy already purports some of us as ugly. So it's like, I feel like that's another layer to this too, is like sometimes I be feeling bad because I'm like, damn, I don't want to be judging people, and it's because of me being judged, not because like I genuinely don't have any like standards or desires for how people look. It's just more that like, because if you've ever felt ugly before or been told you're ugly, I think both really matter. Like, I think if you've ever thought you were ugly and had people confirm it, or just had life experiences, like, for one, I had to like really think back to an experience I had where a boy tried to invite me to his house to do some sexual stuff, but I didn't realize that was why he invited me over. And so I didn't go to his house because I was scared. But I remember like standing outside his house, and he was white and he lived in like the rich part of town. And I honestly took like a bus that I never took before to go to his house, but I never went inside. I never even knocked on the door because something just told me to sit outside and just wait. I ended up going home at some point, but it's the ways that like, even when someone invited me to come to their home and hang out, even if it wasn't maybe as sexual as I thought it might have been, like, it kind of had me like, is this something that I can even do? And I had so much anxiety about like people who I was attracted to, like actually looking at me, actually being close to me, actually talking to me. And again, it's the way that like when you think you're ugly and people do the things that they do to ugly people, like when you're ugly, You don't get invited to a lot of people's birthday parties. Like I remember as a young kid, like a lot of people didn't invite me to their birthday parties. I was not invited to a lot of birthday parties. And again, I wasn't as outspoken as a kid as I am now. I was very quiet. My mom would be mad at me because I'd be in the bathtub reading books and not washing. Like I would literally go into the bath and just like read. I literally would just mind my business. I just felt like if I'm gonna be ugly, I'm gonna just fucking read books and escape into fantasy. Like that was the kind of ugliness route I was on. Like when you are told you're ugly, you're like, well, I'm gonna focus on reading. Like again, I'm not saying that I don't like to read. I'm just saying that like it's the ways that like I'm like, well, I'm ugly. You know, I'm not about to be going to the mall trying on clothes with my friends. That's a pretty girl thing, right? I'm not going to dances and shit. That's a pretty girl thing. Like, again, it's the ways that, like, you think that when you're ugly, you should be doing this or that. And again, it's the ways that, like, I can't tell what came first, the chicken or the egg. I don't know if, like, because I was told I was ugly, I did these things, or I did these things and people told me I was ugly. I can't call it. But I do remember thinking to myself, like, it was safer to read. It was safer to sit in a book. It was safer to draw. It was safer to write poetry. It was safer to listen to music than try to like people or be dealing with people. I'm behind in the chat, like, hardcore, by the way. No, Meryl Streep going in. I live. Oh, happy birthday, Addie. Not where my hug. I'm crying. Cho Guy, I hope that you have an anti-happy birthday. Listen, I'm not saying Pam didn't look good in Martin. What I'm saying is, like, compared to Gina in terms of the wardrobe budget, I just feel like you could tell they were putting more into Gina's aesthetic. And maybe it was because she was the partner of the star of the show. Maybe that was by design. But it felt weird because it felt like there's only so many of you on the show. Why aren't y'all all dipped and laced and looking cute? It just felt like he was invested in making Pam look busted and look a mess to support his claims that she was less than. Like, I think Pam is beautiful. Tachina Arnold is gorgeous. Duh, we know. But what I'm saying is, on that show, compared to Pam, or compared to Gina, I just feel like that was the point of why they had her looking that way. Dismissible me, thank you for saying what you're saying, because again, like, I'm not trying to make it seem like I don't realize that at this point people don't think I'm ugly to a certain degree, but I do want to hold that, like, there's something about knowing that if you put money somewhere in an Asian man hand, in my case, I can put on a hat with hair that gives me worth. There's something about that makes me feel like ugliness is very much about what you don't have, and very much more about, like, and beauty is about gaining things and taking things on and having things. Like, I think about when people say someone's hair is beautiful, they usually mean they have a lot of hair, right? I think about when someone says someone's skin beautiful, they usually say that their skin is very much unblemished, very much bright and shining, right? Again, it's the way that, like, to have beauty, you have to seemingly have money. And even when you have money, the ways that, like, you can keep paying for more of it. I think about women that we think are beautiful and how they go under the knife and we're like, why? And it's because she thought she could get more. And again, it's not me shaming anyone. It's me trying to acknowledge why some women will, like, damage their body for a beauty routine or beauty regimen. It's because she thinks she could get more if she were to engage in this culture of beauty. And again, I'm definitely not trying to play anybody, because again, just as much as, like, I'll put on a wig and a eyebrow, fucking some mascara, and, like, people will really act like I have something to say. I'm so important now. And that's addicting as fuck. And I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to play like that's not a big deal, because it is. It's the way that, like, I look at old videos of me and I'm like, whoa, like, you look so crazy. Like, and again, it's the way that didn't matter. Like, it's the way that it didn't matter how crazy I looked, because again, in that time, the beauty standard was washed out face with motherfucking a full face of fucking concealer, blush, and a cat eye. You know what I mean? At least where I was at, bitch. At least where I was at. But again, it's the ways that like now beauty is very particular type of hairstyle. Like now I see like 10 hairstyles consistently as like that's what the beautiful girls are wearing. And it's fascinating because again, it's like being beautiful is a club. Like it's a team effort. Like you never see like a beautiful person like by themselves. Like they all have to huddle up together. It's the way that like if you're ugly, like I just think about like when I was younger, how like where I would stand in the morning and I would always stand like the anime kids, the kids that be yelling weird stuff, like the kids that like low impulse control, seemingly probably also fellow neurodivergent kids, the kids that went to Hot Topic, the Latino kids that like rock music, the black kids who were nerdy as fuck and like felt more comfortable around white people because they're watching white TV shows. They're in white spaces predominantly, despite being a black person. They're heavily invested in white culture in some ways, or perhaps they're assimilating to have connections with people that are close by to them. And again, it's the ways that like the groups of people I'm standing with are people that were not beautiful. They were not the people that people wanted to be like or be friends with. They weren't getting invited to birthday parties. They weren't going to parties and shit. That wasn't happening for us. Our communion was right before school, we'd stand outside together and maybe talk about something stupid. And it's the way that I'm sure like the beautiful kids and the popular kids did the same shit. But it's the way that like I felt so safe in that circle of misfits because I just knew like me being ugly didn't matter here. Most of us were ugly, right? Like most of us are ugly here. So who cares if I'm ugly? What mattered was I was fat. Like again, it's the ways that like growing up, like me being fat was seen as like my biggest obstacle. Like, damn, she's so fat. Like, what are we gonna do? And again, the ways that like my fatness was something to be solved every day, like a math problem that I had to figure out every day that I'm wrong. I don't got it. I don't understand it. And again, it's the ways that like I was supposed to be trying to figure out how to get over my fatness or lose weight. Like those are the two options. I either had to just get over it or be trying to be skinny. And the ways that like that never really sat right with me because it's like, why do I have to pretend like how I'm looking right now is so bad? Why do I have to operate like I hated myself before I lost this weight? Like I just wasn't interested in the performance. And again, it's the way that if you don't perform a certain way, especially while you're not white and skinny, people will come up with all different types of ways that you are crazy, a demon, a weirdo, ugly, you stink. Like, babe, so at this point, I know that like there are people who are gonna think I'm ugly and I'll never be able to escape. And then there's other people who will see me maybe putting on a wig, maybe putting on makeup and think I'm doing something, but I'm really not doing anything. If anything, I think when I put on a wig, I'm reminded more than anything that like this is something I'm choosing to do. And that at some point I will have to choose to tell somebody like this is a wig. I will have like it's like once you choose to do anything, to alter yourself, to hide the ugliness, you have to reveal it at some point. And I think that's one thing about being an ugly person or being seen as ugly or being seen as marginalized. I think that's what we're really talking about, right? Because me being fat isn't ugly. It's just not it's not it's not propagandized as normative. There are many fat people. There have always been fat people. But if we make it seem like fatness is a flaw, a burden, a problem, we can actually like find a way to get these people, us fat people, to pay to deform our bodies, to pay to eat pills that turn every meal into laxative. Like we can do so much stuff to try our best to fit in right with everybody else. And so again, I don't think I'm revolutionary for having this praxis or for having these ideas and still putting on a wig. I think for me, I think the reality is sometimes it is fun to put on a wig and perform like everything's just fine. I've got on a wig and nothing can hurt me today. Just the same way it's fun to install a bunch of like Marley twists and feel like everything's just fine with my beehive, my tower hair. Like, again, I'm never gonna hate on weaves, wigs, or the wearers of either. I do want to hold though that like for a long time because of feeling and being told I was ugly, I felt like I'm never taking this shit off. If you're gonna treat me bad, why would I give you that opportunity? Like it felt very much like it was on me to be beautiful or else consequences. And also I want to say thank you so much, dismissible me, for being here and just being so loud in the comments. I appreciate you for being candid. Um you said you lost 120 pounds, you gained 50. It's also people treat you differently when you're not conventionally attractive. That's true. It's the way people let a door. It's the way people will let a door close on you when you're ugly to them. It's the way when like someone looks at you and you're ugly to them, they'll avoid looking at you too much. It's the way that like when people are attracted to you, they'll stare longer. They'll sit longer in your face. Like again, it's the way that like when you experience someone being so delighted by how you look, it can feel really icky to go back to anything less. And again, it's the ways that I know in certain places that I go, depending on how much work I put into being beautiful, people will punish me and make me feel like you deserved all these shitty little weird microaggressions because you didn't put on a wig, bitch. You didn't beat your face. You didn't wipe the fucking sleep from the corner of your mouth or your eye. Like all the ways that like people would be like, hey, you didn't dress up. You didn't put a phone case on that phone. Look at you just out here looking like a Blackberry. Fuck you, bitch. Like, and it's like, what? It's like bitches will treat you like your Samsung. Like when you're really like a human, a person, a life. But you don't got the right cover, bitch. You don't got the right iOS right now, so you ugly. I don't think I failed anybody by not loving myself. I just want y'all to know that even myself, I didn't fail. I think that is one of those things that we have to just hold that sometimes we're not going to love ourselves. It's easier to hold that than be trying to fight with your ass retroactively for times when you literally couldn't. It wasn't possible. Just like I said earlier in the chat, like there was someone that like really liked me, and at the time I was like, I can't be with someone fat. And again, it's the ways that like I'm a whole fat person, like operating like that, and in that moment, I could beat myself up and be like, damn bitch, like you should have known. But it's like, no, I shouldn't have known. Because again, it's the ways that like we're not able to go backwards and beat our own ass. Rats, rats. We can't beat our own ass in retrospect. Thank God, because it's the way some of us might have killed our damn self if we could go backwards. Like, think about it. If some of us could fucking hot tub time machine back to when we were fucking up or being, unloving, unhelpful, unkind, we might actually beat the shit out of ourselves and destroy the person that realizes, I just want us to hold that at some point you realize like how you're behaving, ain't it? How wonderful. Hold on to that bitch, hold on to her. That's a great bitch right there. The one who knows, like, I think I could get out of this, or I think I can think out of this. I think that this is something I gotta sit with. Like, isn't that a beautiful thing to like get to a point where you realize, like, ooh, this, I can't keep doing this. Like, I'm not happier. How beautiful. But again, some of us really want to go backwards and make ourselves perfect. It's never gonna happen. You're never gonna be perfect. How beautiful. What a beautiful mess, I'm sure you can go to like a little shop, they got a little painting of a little dirty house. Bless this mess. It's not gonna always make sense. Like how you were behaving before, not gonna be able to make sense of it. And if you do at some point, great, Well, fuck. Like, we're not all here to be psychoanalyzing ourselves to our fucking detriment. Like, we're not gonna all get it. We're gonna be internalizing a lot of systems of harm. And I hope that you have community around you to at least take you to go get a snack and talk with you about it, because that's the only thing that really helps a lot of times is community, is support. Think about it. Like, if you were slapping the shit out of yourself every day for everything you ever did, wouldn't your face be deformed by now? Wouldn't you, like, low key look like what you feel like inside? Like, let's just consider that. Like, I have to tell myself a lot of times, whew, like, I have to just do a deep breath, hold my hand, be like, hey, this is not going to help. Like, you are beating your own ass right now. You are literally internally shaking yourself. You are shaking the baby. Like, you are literally choking what could be life. Why? Because you regret your past? Who don't? But I prefer for us to consider that in the past, not only were you out here a mess, you were also learning how not to behave in the future. There's I don't want to say there's always a bright side, but it's mad ways to look at your behavior other than, damn, I should have been a better person. I should have treated them better. Yeah, but now you know. And if you ever get a chance to talk to somebody again after you've done them dirt, I hope you apologize, considering you know what you know now. And who knows, maybe that person will be like, damn, I never thought you were gonna apologize. You'd be surprised. I've apologized to a lot of people recently who are like, I never thought you was gonna ever see that you was wrong. And I'm like, damn, that sucks. But at the same time, thank you, for even acknowledging that you see me moving, shifting. That's great. I didn't do it for that, but it feels good to know, like, I'm not doing shit that you thought I would do. And maybe in some ways, uh, fuck, thank God. You know what I mean? Thank God that, like, I'm doing something, I'm off script, thank fuck. But again, with that being said, like, what am I gonna do? Beat myself up for, like, being that person that had that, doing the thing that I need to apologize for? No, I didn't do that shit because I wanted to do that shit, but I still did that shit. It doesn't really matter if I wanted to or didn't. It really doesn't matter. What matters is I know I was wrong. And what matters, honestly, the most to me is that I'm delighted to apologize. Because I feel like you ever just see people, like, they do something wrong and then they act like it's so hard for them to say sorry. Why are you even saying sorry if you're not ready? Like, sorry should be excited. Like, I personally feel like sorry should come out excited. Like, you know what? Thank you. Thank you for even giving me the space to apologize to you. Because think about it. I've tried to apologize to some people. They're like, why are you speaking to me, bitch? You're a ghost. And it's like, oh, yikes. Okay. Not everybody going to give a fuck that you feel bad. They're not. So again, if someone even gives you a chance to even repair any ruptures, how exciting. But I know some people be really acting like, sorry. Like, really? I hate sorries like that, because it's like, bitch, and when we get off this call, when we get out this room, I'm actually never going to speak to you again because you just wasted my time. When a sorry that wasn't a sorry. That wasn't a sorry. A sorry should be, like, loud and proud. You should be delighted to apologize. Like, what the fuck? Like, think about it. Some people do you dirt and motherfucker, like, I don't want to go there, but, like, some people do you so dirt that you really don't even want to be alive no more. So it's just like, if you come back to apologize and you did me dirt, like, bring roses, bring snacks, bring gushers, bring a great Laffy Taffy, like, bring everything you can, bring all of it, bring good energy. Like, don't bring me no sorry. Like, shit make me stay. Dismissible me. I'm sorry to hear that, truly, because it's awkward when people think, yo, we all love Meryl Streep. You just fucked me up. Because you just reminded me that there's boys that will point at their friend and say, he like you. Oh my God, yo, that shit used to kill me as a kid, because it's the way that I learned that if a fat bitch like you, it's the way the Parkers taught me, if a fat bitch like you, ew. That's all I got from the Parkers, honestly. I tried to watch that show, like, and I tried to like it, but it made me so uncomfortable and I didn't really understand why. But when I think back, I'm like, bitch, it's the way Monique was chasing Professor Ogilvy. It never made sense that they got together in the end. He dogged her out so bad. Again, it's the same with Tommy and Pam. It's like, how did they end up together? You can't really give me a good answer. But no, for real, it be like it's the way that like boys would point at me and be like, "She like you," to their friend, and the way they would be like, the way they'd be so disgusted, they'd be like, "Oh, not that fat bitch like me," and I would have to be like, "No, I don't like you, ew." And it's the way that like I remember one time I had a crush on this boy, and I'll never forget this. Like I had such a crush on this boy, and they were like there were boys pointing at girls being like, you think she's pretty, you think she's pretty. And I'll never forget these motherfuckers said, no, Tatiana's fat. Like that's all they had to say about me. Whether I was pretty or ugly didn't matter. It was just I was fat. And I was just like, wow. And again, it's the way that like I would always be around the boys because like they had more freedom, it seemed. And yet they would be mad comfortable like being my friend until it came time to like perform being a boy that likes girls on the playground. That's when I become something else. Like I'm the homie until we start talking about girls you think are cute. Then I'm ugly. Then I'm the fat one. Then I'm the home. Then or I'm the homie, and it just became that where it's like at some point I started realizing like being friends with a boy was like the closest I was gonna get because it wasn't like anybody was trying to be my boyfriend or date me. And I think about that too. Like there's so much content I watch of like black women talking about like not having boyfriends, never dating people. And it's like, man, it's the way that like I wanted so bad to have a boyfriend. And I think that's why I dated so many fucking wild ass people that were not for me because I was just like, oh, having a boyfriend means that I'm liked. It means I'm being desired. So I'll take anything I can get, buddy. And again, it's the ways that like the desperation of wanting to be like desired after years of people pointing at you, being like, she likes you, he likes you, and it's a joke. Like that's another part of it too. It's like in the beginning, the first time it's happening, you're not thinking it's a joke. The first time it's happening, you're like, really? The first time it's happening, you're like, oh, what? And then you're like, oh, it's a joke. Oh, people liking me is a joke. Again, like when you're a little kid, like just realizing like, oh, people can be mean to you and it means something. Like people can say you're ugly and like it means other people will now look at you and be like, I would never be with her. And like people, the way people will call you ugly and then other people will add on to the shit. And so it's like, damn, like you're ugly and you're this and you're that and you're this and you're that. And again, you have no control. As a little kid, I couldn't go get my hair done by nobody. I couldn't pay to get my hair done. And that's another layer to this. It's like as a little kid, it's like my mom would have my hair looking however, and she just did not give too much of a fuck about what was happening to me out there. And again, it's the way that when I would get my hair done, I'd be so excited because I knew like I'll look a little prettier today. Like it's the way that like I just knew like the way the kids would tease me. Like I just was like, damn, like I know if I look cute in this or that way, like oh things will be different for me. And again, it's the way that when I think back to like who my friends were, I feel like I hung out with a lot of ugly girls. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that I hung out with girls that I knew they were prettier than me because they were not fat, but they were not actually facially prettier than me. And I know that sounds really fucked up to say, but it's the truth. I feel like I spent a lot of my time being closer with women that I knew like they were gonna get the guy because they were skinny. They weren't gonna get the guy because they were prettier than me. And again, it's the ways that I would be looking for friendships with people that I was not threatened by in no way. Because in my mind, I'm like, I have a pretty face. Because I feel like at some point when you start putting on makeup as a fat bitch, then that's when you start getting like, you have a pretty face comment. And again, it's the way that I was like looking at people's faces, and that's how I'm gauging beauty. And again, the ways that like now in career, I'm noticing that it's about bodies, or I'm noticing it's about bodies. I'm not saying it never wasn't about bodies, but it's the way people feel very comfortable talking about fat people in a way that like 10 years ago, no. Like it's the way that people today feel comfortable being like, you're gonna get diabetes, you're gonna die. Like it's the way that like I'm not saying that wasn't happening before. I'm just saying like in common spaces. Like I heard a man tell a woman who lost over 100 pounds that he'd be worried about health issues down the line. Keep in mind, she's lost over 150 pounds. And he had the nerve to say, like, we don't know what could happen in the future because you've been obese. And it's like, so yeah, like the ways fat phobia is getting louder. It's like I pray for my fat girlies out there because most fat girlies that I knew parasocially, they're on weight loss routines. They're all losing weight actively and being candid about it in this way that 10 years ago I don't think they would be. Because again, it's the way that like when you're fat and you have a pretty face and you're in the body positive movement, like you're supposed to be staying fat and looking pretty and like telling everybody that it's fine. Again, I'm on a fucking tangent, but it's just the ways that I think about how like beauty is seen as such a weapon, and then like also like the kind of like this again when I was saying I was hanging out with ugly girls, like I know that sounds mean, but they was white bitch, so I don't feel like I'm being that mean bitch, but I feel like what I'm trying to offer is like I was around people that I knew like if somebody got to know me they might actually fuck with me over you. And again, I know that sounds insecure, and I was and I'm not going to defend that. But I will defend that like I was in a world that was telling me constantly like the fat girl does not get shit. And so in my mind, I'm like, well damn, what about the fat girl with the pretty face? Like, can we get something? And again, I'm not trying to offer that like I was in my right state of mind, but as I said before, I think we're all living in psychopathy. Unfortunately, I think we're all living in a white psychopathic world. And I think that we're going to all think very, very sick, twisted things. And I think that it's important to talk about them because at some point, someone's going to say, hey, I used to think that too, or I still think that. And why? Might ask more questions. What up, JML? Hope you're doing well. Not just sent me $1,000. I see 99 cents. I'm still grateful though. Katie, thanks for being kind. What up, London? London, my bad for calling you London. My bad. What up, love is a woman? I hope you're doing well. JML, thank you for sending me any coin. We appreciate you. Nicole, hope you're doing well. Oh, that is so cute. Thank you, JML. What up, Miss Banks? No, and see, that's another layer of this too. Is like when it's not like I think I'm glad you said that we all love Meryl Streep because that's the thing. I feel like people being attracted to me when I was younger, that might have been a thing. That may have been very true, but also the ways that like the socialization of liking someone and how even in adult age, like it's the ways that like some men will like really bring you around their family, their friends, and like you gotta pass these tests, man, or else like you don't get to be in a life with them. And it's like, damn, it's the way that like being a femme, being not a man, and the ways that everybody's gotta like approve of you and think that you're worthy and you're gonna be a good person to this man. And it's exhausting because again, I already know by me being fat and non-white, like there's gonna be so many moms who are like, nah. Because first of all, I'm not having grandbabies. Like I feel like that's one thing. I'm not having nobody grandbaby. I'm also not about to. I'm not gonna be overly like I would love a relationship with a mother-in-law that was cool, but I'm also very okay with like choosing the elders very wisely that are around me. And I think about it like that. Like I just feel like some of these people that be judging me is like, sweetie, the The fact that I love this man means I gotta be around you is crazy. Like I feel like some men's family don't think about it like that. Like I love this man. I do not know you, Ursula. I do not know you at all. You know what? Skinny people keeping fat people around. You know what? And that's the thing too. It's like in my mind, it's like, damn, like was I keeping that bitch around me because she couldn't, facially, and was she keeping me around her because I couldn't with her body wise? Like in retrospect, maybe it was a symbiotic relationship, kind of like when the hippo got that bird on his back and they actually like low-key helping each other in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what the hippo doing for the bird, but I know that the bird be eating like roaches off his neck and shit. Again, I read this allegedly. Google everything I say, please. Diabetes is such a dangerous ailment to have. No, same bitch. Like, sweetie, it's the way. Sweetie, Deirdre, how's your night going? I was gonna go out tonight, but I decided not to. Thank you. I found my old nail polish, and I'm so grateful because it lasts forever. It's Essie Penny Talk, bitch. I love it because it's chrome, and then if you put like a clear polish on top of it, it lasts mad long. So that's why I like it because I'm a grungy bitch. I be doing too much. But yeah, no. Scotland's national animal is unicorn. I'm jealous. I am gay indeed. But yo, it's the way that like from like a young age, everyone I've ever been around, like my family and like just random people have always been like, "Oh, you're going to get diabetes." It's to the point where it's like, "Sweetie, if I do get diabetes, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be okay, but I do think that like I love fruits and vegetables. I truly think the only reason why I don't have diabetes is because I love fruits and vegetables. I think in between drinking soda, eating ice cream, and eating a lot of carbs and like sugars, I'm also drinking water, eating a lot of like natural stuff. But I'm gonna be real. I think like in the like last year, I think the way food prices have gotten, like I got kind of like just worried about like how many calories. Like it just started to feel mentally exhausting to try to make sure you ate enough food. And so I'm gonna be real. I feel like I'm in this like era now where it's like I'm eating all that I want to eat. Like I just feel like I'm not about to restrict myself because I already know like the way I'm living, me and Dane don't have no kids. We're not gonna have enough money to like really retire. So I just feel like maybe I'm burning this candle out. If I want a burger and some fries, I'm gonna have it. If I want to go for a walk, I'm gonna do it. And again, I'm gonna be super candid. As a fat person, I feel like being physically exerting, or like being doing exercise, being physically exerting, that doing exercise, like it's not my main calling. I would be so fucking for real, but I really do want to get into yoga. I really want to learn how to do capoeira. Like, I would really love to like get stronger, but I also feel like I'm so intimidated because again, I feel like it can be so hard for me to like just commit to doing something because I get so caught up in trying to be the best, trying to kill it, and it's like, sweetie, like just be new and just try it. Ah! We all love Meryl Streep. That part. I hear you. I'm gonna be real. I don't purport to know what my blood sugar level is. I really don't know. But I think, and this is just my personal experience. Um, Most people in my family haven't had diabetes. It's not typical in my genes and my lines. And as I said, I feel like I eat a lot of like ethnic food. Like I feel like as much as I love a pasta, I feel like I eat a lot of fucking beans, a lot of grains. I eat a lot of quinoa, couscous, orzo, wild rice. Y'all already know I eat a lot of bacon, but I feel like bacon is the only like thing that I feel like motherfuckers will look at me crazy about how much bacon I be eating, how much pork I be eating. But I feel like outside of the pork, I feel like I don't really do a lot of dairy. Like I'm lactose intolerant. Like last night, like I literally made like some Ethiopian peanut stew, like again with no with chicken. I made chicken with it. But again, it's just a way that like I feel like I have a very diverse like eating habit. I feel like I'm never just like fast food every day. But again, it's like when you're a fat person, people believe all types of stuff. People believe you drink butter. People believe you deep fry motherfucking bread and just eat it like chips. Like people believe all types of things about how you got this big. And I feel like for me, I feel like as someone who's always been a bigger person, I already was a bigger person. Then add on to it depression, add on to it a love of food, add on to it a lack of physical motherfucking energy, or excuse me, a lack of desire to do a lot of physical energy. And of course, I'm a fat person. I know personally that in winter I always get fatter and in summer I always lose weight. It just is what it is. I'm always depressed in winter because the winter is so depressing. I fucking hate snow. And then when it's summertime, I'm like in the pool almost every fucking day. I'm not going to be skinny just because I spend 3 months swimming. But with that being said, it's the way that people want everyone to be the same size. And it's so fascinating because it's like no one's going to be the same size. Everyone's not going to be thin. That's actually super normal. But again, it's the ways that like we don't really see body diversity like that. I don't need to do that. I am fat. I don't even, is that, I can't even do it. I can't even do it, but it's fine. I'm a fat person. A fat person can't like touch their elbows together. I can do this. I, I can hug myself. You feel me? No, I am big. I do have a big back. Again, I don't know why that matters. Like people really want me to feel bad because I'm fat. I'm not. Now what? Not blueberry butterscotch. I'm screaming. I'm not more cushion for the pushing. That is so creepy. Imagine telling someone that they're not fat, that their body is perfect for you to fuck them. Woo! The confidence of a man. The next time I'm taking a test, I really like that. It's one thing I really love is the confidence of a man in a fucking video chat. Jesus. Oh, rest in peace to your granny. I like to call it fat. I like to call it chunk. I like to call it heft, largesse, my swole situation. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go to bed, but I'm gonna dip out because I know my boyfriend is awake. I love you. Oh, he's awake. I'm crying. Here's my thing. I don't want to play Fortnite, but I really do want to play Jackbox with people in the Discord. So if people are interested, let me know. Um, but yeah, no. I know I've been kind of MIA from the Discord. It's not anything personal. Like I was not feeling the best mentally. I was not leaving the house. Like I'm definitely leaving tomorrow. Definitely going to a bonfire tomorrow. I feel like that's why I'm not gonna go out tonight because I feel like tonight we're gonna be open mic. Like I didn't know who was all gonna be there. Why do I have to wish I have a boyfriend? I have a boyfriend. He's about to go to work. I miss him. No, Discord Jackbox I think will be really fucking fun. And I feel like again it'll be a way for us to like not have to again, I don't know how much everybody wanna talk. People might want to talk, but I'm just saying it might be a way to get everyone to be open to talking to each other without forcing it. It's a way to kind of have it be silly and then who knows what can happen. Sometimes people laugh together and then next thing you know. My favorite song. Honestly, bitch, low key, I heard this song today for the first time in a few years, it feels like. And I want to play it because I don't remember how the beginning started. But it was so good. Oh my god, the way this video is about to get demonetized. I almost made it, you guys. I almost made it. I almost made it. Ew, no. 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 Ariana. Not Ariana Grande. I am distressed. Oh my god, yo, the fucking computer is like Ariana Grande, and it's like, girl, no, I never said Ariana Grande. Like, anyways, but yeah, I'm gonna play this song really quick because I haven't heard it in so long. Bitch, it came on the radio. Sidebar, but wasn't there supposed to be a phone call in the beginning? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? I swear I could remember they had a phone call in the beginning, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was Sunshine Anderson. Heard it all before, but anyways, um, okay, yes, Boy Is Mine. Oh my god! But one thing, can we be real? Brandy carried the song. Can we be real? Brandy carried the song. I remember when I was younger, I really couldn't tell who was like really eating, but now I'm just like Brandy. Like she was lead. Um, the album. Okay. Yeah, because she was like, I know his name. And she was like, I think somebody said Marcus. And she's like, yeah, that's him. Allison, hey. Not Brandy with Monica. I'm fucking screaming. You're not wrong. Listen, I'm gonna go because I need to go tell my friend that I literally cannot go outside because the snow is not playing games. Like I really was about to go out. I was really gonna go out. I was gonna try, but now I'm just like, sweetie, the way this snow, I have to brave it. I'm gonna just do it tomorrow when I have to brave it tomorrow. Yes, I love you too. Just thank you for being here. We all love Meryl Streep. You really held it down tonight. Nima, thank you. Like, I appreciate both of y'all. Yes, I am a man. It's okay. Don't worry. Absolutely. No, the live is like long as hell, but I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that we were all here. We got to hang out. Thank you. I'll see y'all soon. Bye, y'all.